Chapter 1064. When Yang Fan returned to Longqingfang and passed by the Prince of Shouchuan's mansion, he felt a little nervous. He was afraid that the gate would suddenly open and a young girl with a scarf over her face and a broadsword in her hand would jump out and yell in a childish voice, "Hey, you untrustworthy general, just obediently follow me and marry to Tubo." Fortunately, the main gate of the Prince of Shouchuan's mansion was tightly shut. His horse passed through the front gate of the Prince of Shouchuan's mansion without any accident. In front of the Yang mansion, the family members were busy hanging red lanterns on the lampposts. Seeing that the new year was coming, the lanterns in front of the gate were replaced with 2 strings of red lanterns. A string of 9 red lanterns was hung up, making it look especially festive. Emo Xuanfei climbed high on a ladder and was hanging lanterns on the pole. Yang Fan dismounted and stamped the snow on his boot. He was about to step into the gate when Emo Xuanfei saw him from the ladder and shouted, "Ah Lang is back!" Yang Fan grunted. Emo Xuanfei said, "Ah Lang, there is a girl looking for you today." Yang Fan was a little surprised. He stopped and looked up, asking, "What girl?" Emo Xuanfei hung the lanterns and quickly climbed down. He scratched the back of his head and said to Yang Fan, "That girl calls herself Li Shenyang. She looks like a young lady from a rich family. She is accompanied by a light carriage and a servant. She is the first guest to visit our house. I don't know her." "Li Shenyang? I have never heard of her." Yang Fan frowned in thought. He did not remember such a person. Yang Fan did not know that Li Qiang was the 10th daughter of the Prince of Xiang and that she was usually called Shenyang among the sisters. Yang Fan thought for a moment but did not know what to say. He asked, "Why did that girl come? Where is she now?" Emo Xuanfei said, "That girl came at noon. As soon as she heard that Ah Lang was not here, she turned around and left. I did not ask her anything else. That little girl is only about 10 years old. It's really strange. I don't know what this little lady wants from Ah Lang." When Yang Fan heard this, his heart skipped a beat. A young lady of around 10 years of age from a wealthy family. Was there even a need to ask? She must be the daughter of the Prince of Xiang's estate. Didn't she go to his estate at this time and go to the palace instead? Yang Fan had a lingering fear in his heart as he quickly instructed, "Remember, if this lady comes again, regardless of whether I'm here or not, tell her that I'm not here." "Oh!" Emo Xuanfei nodded and scratched the back of his head. Suddenly, he remembered something and hurriedly said, "By the way, Ah Lang, there's another guest here today." Yang Fan turned around and glared at him. "Do you have to speak in halting sentences? Who else is coming?" Emo Xuanfei mumbled, "That person seems to be a foreign monk." A foreign monk? Yang Fan was even more confused. Among the people he had interacted with in recent years, there had never been a monk, let alone a foreign monk. Emo Xuanfei said, when the monk heard that Ah Lang was not at home, he left without even entering the door. He left a letter for Ah Lang which is now in the gatehouse. "Ah Lang, please wait a moment. I'll go get it." Emo Xuanfei hurriedly ran into the gatehouse and soon took out a visitation card. Yang Fan opened the visitation card under the door. After reading it, an extremely strange look slowly appeared on his face. He hurriedly rolled up the visitation card, turned around and walked out, saying, "I'm going out for a while." Emo Xuanfei chased after him and shouted, "Ah Lang, the weather is gloomy. I'm afraid it's going to snow again. Ah Lang, you'd better bring a raincoat. It's already late. Why don't you go to see the guest tomorrow?" Yang Fan waved his hand behind him and said, "Tell the First Lady that I have something to do tonight and won't be coming back to sleep." The gloomy setting sun in the sky reflected the majestic and tall gate of the temple. A spire emerged from the temple wall, pointing straight to the sky. When Yang Fan arrived, the gloomy sky was unexpectedly clear. Yang Fan stepped into the temple under the beautiful setting sun. The white walls, the black tiles, the tall bamboos, and the pine trees were all covered with a layer of white snow. The little bridge was winding, and the river under the bridge had already frozen, and the ice was covered with a layer of white snow. A few lonely lotus branches stood upright on the surface of the snow, rustling in the wind. Not far away there was a rockery. White snow, moss, rocks, and sparse wisteria branches cast a mottled light and shadow, like an ink painting. This was the Daeun Temple. In the past, the 10 eminent monks of Luoyang wrote the Daeun Sutra under the guidance of Xue Huai. They claimed that there was a saying in the sutra, Goddess Bodhisattva ruled the country with the body of a woman, which referred to the current Empress Dowager. Wu Zetian then ordered all the prefectures to build a Daeun temple with a built-in sutra depository and a copy of the Daeun Sutra. This Daeun temple was built in Chang'an at that time. When Yang Fan walked in the temple, it was dusk and the temple was unusually quiet. The 8th Japanese envoy to Tang had just arrived in Chang'an 2 days ago. This time, the envoy was led by Sota Jinren as the envoy to Tang, Sakagawa as the ambassador, and Great Envoy Iji as the deputy envoy. Most of the entourage were monks, so they stayed in the Daeun temple. The Daeun temple was built under the imperial edict to specially store the Daeun Sutra. Most of the temple was not open to the public, so it was very quiet and peaceful. After becoming the residence of the Japanese envoy to Tang, it became even quieter. Not a single worshipper could be seen. Yang Fan walked over the small bridge and saw a monk dressed in Japanese robes, a bamboo hat on his head and straw sandals on his feet. His hands were clasped together, waiting solemnly. Yang Fan suddenly stopped and was silent for a moment. He suddenly quickened his pace and rushed over. The monk in black also quickly walked over, opened his arms, an excited smile on his face. 17. 6 senior brother. The two of them hugged each other tightly. After a while, Yang Fan let go of his arms, wiped the tears of joy on his cheeks and said happily, I really didn't expect that the two of us would meet again here. The monk in black was the rogue monk of the White Horse Temple in Luoyang, Hong Lu. Hong Lu grinned and said with a smile, Who said it wasn't? I thought that I would never be able to return to the Central Plains and see you again in this lifetime. Ha ha ha, let's go, Master has been waiting for you for a long time. Hong Lu pulled Yang Fan and walked along the long corridor with green eaves and red pillars. Along the way, there were 2 Japanese samurai standing quietly at every corridor pillar, with sharp katanas on their waists. Their left hands were pressed on the hilts of the katanas wrapped in black and white cloth. The back of their hands was red from the cold, but they stood solemnly and meticulously. Seeing Hong Lu striding over, the samurai all bowed to him, but Hong Lu ignored them and dragged Yang Fan forward excitedly. They came to the front of a quiet room, but before they could reach out to knock on the door, a noise was heard from inside. The door was opened with a crash, and the person who welcomed them was also a monk in black. It was Hongyi. When Hongyi and Yang Fan saw each other, they inevitably hugged each other tightly. Someone in the room laughed and scolded, How long do you plan to chat at the door? Come in quickly and let me see 17. Hongyi hurriedly let go of Yang Fan and saw a person sitting cross-legged on the couch, wearing a snow-white robe that exposed his muscular chest. He was smiling at Yang Fan and there were tears in his eyes. It was Xue Huai, whom he had not seen in a long time. Xue Huai looked a little older than before, and his cheeks were also a little thinner. The snow-white skin that he was once proud of had now become slightly darker. Yang Fan took off his shoes and quickly walked into the room. Xue Huai stood up from the couch and welcomed Yang Fan with a hearty laugh, giving him a strong hug. The two hugged tightly for a while before Yang Fan let go of Xue Huai and worriedly scolded, Master Xue, you shouldn't have returned to the Central Plains. Xue Huai said, What, Master Xue? Master Xue is already dead, and there is no Xue Huai in this world anymore. I have now restored my ancestor's surname, and my name is Feng Xiaobao. Don't worry, no one will know who I am. Other than you, I won't be seeing any old friends on this trip. The few of them sat down on the couch. The 4 walls of the room were empty, and the walls were painted snow white. There were 2 tall paper candles on the ground, and there were bamboo leaves painted on the lamp paper, which made the 4 walls look blurred, as if they were standing in the shadow of the bamboo. There was a sunken stove on the ground, and it was level with the ground, with steam rising from it. Yang Fan said, "There was a letter from the South Sea, saying that Master was not happy living in the South Sea, and after only a year or so, he insisted on leaving. In the end, he left without saying goodbye, and no one knew where he went. Today, I suddenly saw the letter from the Japanese envoy, and saw the words 'the person who shaved for you.' It really gave me a fright." Shui Huai laughed and said, "If I don't do things that shock the world and make people look at me, then would I still be Feng Xiaobao? Since you're here, don't leave tonight. Let's have a good drink." As Shui Huai said this, he clapped his hands 3 times, and the wall behind him suddenly opened with a huala sound. A beautiful girl wearing a light blue kimono with large floral prints walked in gracefully. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and there were 3 hairpins in her hair. Her kimono was tied with a large bow, which made her small waist in the plain kimono look a little lively. A pair of snow-white cotton socks were faintly visible under the kimono. She walked in small steps to the front of Yang Fan, bent her knees, and put down a red lacquer plate. There were a few dishes and a small jar of wine on the lacquer plate. The girl's eyebrows were like crescent moons, and her eyes were as pure as colored glass. She smiled shyly at Yang Fan, and then poured wine for them. As she moved, her pure white sleeves with light yellow edges revealed her fair wrists, and her posture was extremely elegant. Yang Fan didn't expect that there would be a Japanese girl in this temple, and he couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression. When the girl poured wine for Hongyi and Honglu, the 2 respectfully accepted the wine cup and said to the girl, "Thank you, master's wife." Yang Fan was even more unable to close his mouth after hearing this. Seeing his expression, Shui Huai couldn't help but laugh. 17. I'll introduce you to her. Her name is Ruoxiang, and she's my woman. Shui Huai scratched his bald head and said proudly, "Hee hee. If you're capable, you'll be able to do well wherever you go. By the way, I have to clarify that this time, I, Feng Xiaobao, didn't rely on a woman, but on my own ability to achieve what I have today." The girl pursed her lips and smiled at Yang Fan. She put her hands on her knees and bowed her head, and said softly and slowly, "Please enjoy." After saying that, she picked up the empty plate and slowly retreated. After a while, she came back and washed her hands in a basin in the corner of the room. She took out a guqin and sat down cross-legged. Her white hands gently plucked the strings, and a melodious tinkling sound flowed out. Yang Fan was secretly surprised. His master, Zhang Kuo, had clearly said in the letter that when Shui Huai left the South China Sea, he only brought Hongyi and Honglu with him. He didn't have a single penny on him. Yang Fan didn't know how Shui Huai arrived in Japan and what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. Suppressing his curiosity, Yang Fan raised his cup and congratulated, "Congratulations to Master for returning to the secular world and marrying such a gentle and virtuous mistress." Honglu laughed and said, 17, "You're wrong. Our Master didn't return to the secular world. Not only did he not, he even founded the Hanbo sect in the Fusang country's capital. He built a Hanbo temple and declared himself the Pope of a sect. He's very impressive. This fake monk, Shui Huai, could actually create his own sect and become the Pope?" Yang Fan almost couldn't believe his ears. Hongyi and Honglu explained in detail one after another before Yang Fan finally understood. It turned out that Japanese monks had many sects that allowed them to marry by eating meat. Many monasteries were passed down from father to son, son to grandson, and passed down from generation to generation. The monasteries were like family businesses. With such an amazing monastery, not only did it have its own armed forces, a large amount of land that didn't need to be taxed, and a large number of believers, it could even be an independent region and interfere with the political affairs of the daimyo. The samurai in the corridor just now were Shui Huai's private soldiers. In fact, not only did some sects of Japanese Zen forbid marriage, but there were also some sects with strict discipline. It was also an open secret that the high monks of their sects had affairs with women. It was precisely, sometimes there are rivers and sometimes there are mountains. Outside the world, Taoists seek fame and fortune. Every night, Mandarin ducks sleep on the Zen bed, whispering amorous words. Shui Huai established his own sect, so he naturally had the final say in all the rules. His sect didn't forbid alcohol and women. It was particular about wine and meat passing through the intestines. The Buddha sat in the heart and pointed directly to the human heart. Its doctrine was similar to the enlightenment of the sixth patriarch, Huaining, but only in appearance. At that time, there were many nobles and people in Japan who worshipped and believed in Buddhism, but there were very few monks who were truly proficient in Buddhism. Shui Huai used the half-baked Buddhism that he had heard in the White Horse Temple to open up a situation in Japan and established a great foundation. After saying that, Honglu said proudly, 17, you can't imagine Master's prestige in Japan now. Not only are all the daimyo respectful to Master, but even the King of Japan treats our Master like a distinguished guest. Hongyi added, Master brought the two of us from the South China Sea to Japan and built up this family business with our bare hands. Shui Huai scratched his bald head and tried to show a humble expression, but the big grin on his face revealed an indescribable pride. Yang Fan laughed and said, I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. Haha, Master, you're now drinking wine, getting drunk with beauties, and practicing Zen. This kind of freedom is really enviable. When the Japanese girl who was playing the zither heard this, she gently bit her plump red lips and a charming smile appeared on her face. Her bright eyes quickly glanced at Yang Fan, then at Shui Huai charmingly. She flicked her slender finger and played a glissando, full of shyness and lingering feelings of a young girl. Shui Huai laughed heartily and said, If you're envious, then follow Master to Japan. Master will still give you the position of first seat. With your ability, the two of us, Master and disciple, will definitely be able to move unhindered in Japan. We can be independent like Curly Beard and live a carefree and happy life. Isn't it better to stay here and suffer the filthy anger of that old woman? Yang Fan's eyes flashed and he asked warily, Master, do you still hold a grudge against her? Shui Huai shook his head and stopped smiling. He replied indifferently, Do you think I came here with the intention of revenge? Haha, for a woman, she has long received her retribution for not being treated sincerely by a person in her life. I know it's my fault, so why should I take revenge on her? Shui Huai looked at Ruoxiang with a gentle gaze and said emotionally, If I have the time, I might as well use it to cherish the people in front of me. When I came to Japan from the South Sea, I was penniless and down on the street. It was Ruoxiang who took me in. When a man is down on his luck, he will only know who truly loves you and who truly treats you as a friend. Love may not develop after a long time, but it will definitely show a person's heart. Shui Huai raised his cup and said to Yang Fan, Everything in the past has already turned into smoke for me, except for you. 17, I came this time because I wanted to come back and take a look. If I don't come back, I won't be able to rest easy. I've been to Luoyang and White Horse Temple. Now I've come to Chang and because of you. If it's possible, you should be like me and live a free and unfettered life. This temple is really too filthy. Yang Fan raised his cup and said with deep emotion, Master Shui has already let go of everything that should be let go. That's why I can live a free and unfettered life today. But I still have many people and many things that I can't let go of. Perhaps one day I will also live a free and unfettered life like Master Shui, but not now. In the future, when I can let go of everything, I will definitely travel the world. At that time, I will bring my family to Japan to see you. Chapter 1065. That night, it snowed again. The snowflakes fluttered in the air silently. Yang Fan, Xue Huai, Hong Yi, and Hong Lu drank to their heart's content. They simply opened the door and drank, while looking at the misty snow in the garden. Sometimes, a gust of wind blew the snowflakes into the room. When it hit their faces, it would turn into a ball of moisture, making them feel very carefree. Yang Fan and the others talked about the past when they played bowls together and drank together. When they talked about Xue Huai shaving his head on the street and beating up the imperial censor while drunk, they would burst into laughter from time to time. Sometimes, when they talked about sad events, they could not help but sigh and even cry. Ruoxiang understood Chinese, so she could understand what they were saying. However, she only smiled peacefully and sat quietly in the corner, as gentle as a newly bloomed rose. She did not make a sound and did not say a word. Sometimes, she would go up to Xue Huai to wipe away the wine stains that had spilled on his chest. Sometimes, when she saw that the wine jar was empty, she would quietly fetch another jar. Even if the four of them were drunk, she would not say a word. She only tried her best to serve them better. Her meekness was very different from the women of the Central Plains. Yang Fan had heard from Xue Huai that this Miss Ruoxiang was not a commoner's daughter. She was the daughter of a small lord in the capital. Yang Fan was happy for his old friend to have such an encounter. Unknowingly, the snow became heavier and heavier. The four of them drank more and more wine, and the wine jars rolled on the ground. The last scene that Yang Fan remembered was Hong Lu lying on his lap, while he rested his head on Hong One's stomach. Xue Huai was sleeping soundly next to him, his snores shaking the heavens. As Yang Fan's eyes were blurred from drunkenness, he saw Ruoxiang gently walk in with a few blankets in her arms. She covered each of them and gently tucked the corners of Xue Huai's blanket. She then tiptoed out and gently closed the door to block out the heavy snow. At daybreak, Yang Fan was the first to wake up. He often had to wake up early to attend court, so he was not as free as these three carefree monks. These monks could meditate whenever they wanted, sleep whenever they wanted, and sleep until they woke up naturally. He did not have such good fortune. Yang Fan sat up and saw that Xue Huai and the other two were still sound asleep. There was a kettle on the small table beside them. Reaching out his hand, he felt that the water was still warm. Presumably, it was Ruoxiang who had brought it here early in the morning. Yang Fan poured a bowl of water to quench his thirst. Pulling open the door, a cool and refreshing aura assaulted his senses. The courtyard was covered in silver. It had been snowing for a whole night, and the whole ground was covered in fluffy pink, which was very cute. Yang Fan put on his boots and walked down the corridor. He heard the ta-ta sound of wooden clogs. Turning his head, he saw Ruoxiang walking down the corridor with a basin of hot water. Today, she had changed into a pink kimono with small floral patterns. She looked like a cherry blossom blossoming in the snow. Seeing Yang Fan, Ruoxiang stopped in her tracks and bowed to greet him. "You're up. Please wash up." "Thank you, mistress." Yang Fan quickly took the basin of water and returned to his room. After washing up, Yang Fan went to the courtyard and practiced 2 rounds of martial arts in the snow. Only after his whole body was warmed up did Xue Huai and the other two get up. Xue Huai washed up with Ruoxiang's help and walked into the courtyard. He looked at Yang Fan, who had just stood still, and said with a smile, "I heard that you're already a rank 4 great general. You haven't forgotten your skills yet?" Yang Fan smiled. "This disciple is a general, so naturally, I can't neglect my martial arts. Does Master Xue still practice martial arts?" Xue Huai blushed slightly and laughed. "In the past, I was just boasting. Actually, I know in my heart that my martial arts are all showy but impractical. They're street tricks. Ha ha ha, they can't be taken seriously. They're useless. Why would I practice them?" As the two of them were talking, a skinny man in a kimono came from afar. When he saw Xue Huai, he stopped and bowed respectfully to him, saying, "Good morning, great monk." Turning his eyes, he saw Ruoxiang coming out of the room and bowed to her, saying, "Good morning, sister-in-law Fan." Xue Huai and Ruoxiang also greeted him. The three of them spoke in Japanese. Yang Fan didn't understand what they were talking about, so he ignored them. Although the man saw Yang Fan, he didn't know his identity. He only bowed to him and left the corridor. Xue Huai said to Yang Fan, "This person is the Tang envoy from Japan, Soda Jinren." Yang Fan thought, as the envoy, he must be someone with great power. Since he's so respectful to Master Xue, it seems that what Honglu said was true. Master Xue has really made a name for himself in Japan. Yang Fan asked, "When does Master Xue plan to return to Japan?" Xue Huai laughed. "What, you're in a hurry to send me away?" Yang Fan said, "Of course not, it's just that," Xue Huai laughed. "I know you mean well. You're worried about my safety. Don't worry, even if it's for Ruoxiang, I won't act recklessly. I won't wait until the envoy leaves. At the beginning of spring, I'll take a boat to the east and sail back to Japan." When Yang Fan heard this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He knew that this envoy was not a tribute envoy. The tribute envoy would leave after paying the tribute. This envoy was a political and cultural exchange envoy. Every time he entered Tang, he would stay for at least a year. He would visit everywhere, buy books and shops, appreciate the customs of China, and learn about China's culture and system. He would only leave after he had gained something. If Xue Huai wanted to leave with the envoy, he would have to stay in Chang'an for at least a year. Ever since the incident where he was discovered by Du Wentian while visiting Xingjiao Temple, Yang Fan didn't believe in secrecy anymore. Naturally, he hoped that Xue Huai would leave as soon as possible to ensure his safety. Yang Fan quickly said, "If that's the case, when Master returns to the east, I'll arrange the boats, carriages, and horses. I'll definitely protect Master all the way." Xue Huai naturally didn't need to pretend to be polite to him. He readily agreed. Yang Fan, Xue Huai, Hongyi, and Honglu had breakfast together. They agreed to visit often before they left. Yang Fan left Yun Temple and turned onto Zhuke Avenue. He saw that the long street was covered in white. Many servants were clearing the snow in the square under the command of Basho. The snow on the long street had not been cleared yet, and there were already many footprints left by early passers-by. Yang Fan rode his horse with his bodyguards. Because there was no court meeting today, he wanted to return directly to Longqing Square. When he reached an intersection, he suddenly saw a group of soldiers escorting a camel team coming from afar, blocking the entire road. Yang Fan rode his horse to hide under the eaves of a house and watched the huge team pass by. There were about 200 people in this team. More than half of them were camels with all kinds of bags and weapons on them. One look and one could tell that they came from afar. From the style of the robes of the people riding on the camels and camels, they should be Turks. Since they were escorted by soldiers, they couldn't be merchants. Therefore, Yang Fan paid extra attention to them. Icicles hung from the eaves like sharp swords, glimmering in the sunlight. Yang Fan peered through the cluster of icicles and immediately saw a carriage with a banner written in both the Chinese and Turkic languages. When he saw the words on the banner, Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat. The Turks and the personal envoy are finally here. Compared to the Tubo, the Turks were even more shameless. The Tubo were like strong men who relied on their strength to bully others, while the Turks were scoundrels who would do anything. When he was in a disadvantageous position, Moshe could thicken his skin and ask to be Wu Zetian's godson. However, once he saw that he could take advantage of something, he would immediately turn hostile. He did not care about the reputation and dignity of a country at all. Take this time as an example. At the very least, the Tubo first asked for benefits from the marriage. When the marriage proposal failed, they resorted to force. The Turks, on the other hand, decided to fight first. Regardless of victory or defeat, they would shamelessly negotiate for benefit. The great Zhou imperial court hated the Turks even more than the Tibetans. However, due to the current situation, they had no choice but to receive the Turk's peace marriage envoy. Wu Zetian could only use the Ministry of Rites as an excuse to delay them for 3 days. In the end, she still invited them to the Golden Palace to deliver the letter. Interestingly, this time, no matter which faction it was, all of them strongly opposed the marriage with the Turks. The moment the Turks' personal envoy handed over the letter, stating the purpose of their visit and the intention of the marriage, the entire court of civil and military officials attacked them. After Wu Zetian moved the capital to Chang'an, Zhang Jianji, who had just been appointed as the assistant minister of the Autumn Palace, was the first to step out. He raised his scepter and said loudly, "I object. Since ancient times, there has never been a prince of China who married the daughter of Neidi as his wife, let alone the emperor's grandson. How can the future mother of the country be a barbarian? Your Majesty must not agree. This is a great humiliation." Towards Zhang Jianji's words, Wu Zetian did not like it from the bottom of her heart. What great humiliation! Since the Han dynasty, how many princesses of the Central Plains have been defiled by the barbarians? Why didn't anyone say it was a great humiliation? When the Tang dynasty sent Princess Wenqing to the marriage, why didn't he jump out and say it was a national humiliation? So it became a great humiliation for us to marry their daughter to us. This old man's idea of men being superior to women is quite serious. Besides, the daughter of the barbarians, what daughter of the barbarians? Is the bloodline of the Li Tang imperial family very pure? Then why would the 7 sects and 5 families, who considered themselves Orthodox Han people, look down on the imperial family? However, Wu Zetian also knew that the Turks were even less dignified than the Tibetans. Going back on their word was like farting. Making peace with the Turks would not help ease the tension between the two countries. As long as there was an opportunity, Moshe would definitely take a bite at the fastest speed possible. Moreover, last time she asked her nephew Wu Yanxiu to make peace with the Turks, but Moshe detained her until now. She still has not vented her anger. Although she did not agree with Zhang Jianji's reasoning, Zhang Jianji's attitude was exactly her attitude. Therefore, Wu Zetian did not say anything. Immediately Wei Yuanzhong came out with his scepter, his beard and hair standing on end. He said in a stern voice and countenance, "The Turks are ambitious and capricious. How can they be betrothed to the Turks? Moshe wants to betroth his daughter but arrogantly insists that she must marry our dynasty's imperial grandson. How preposterous! The imperial grandson is the heir to the throne, the future son of heaven. If he marries the daughter of a barbarian as his wife, then the future son of heaven will have the blood of a barbarian, disrupting the bloodline of our imperial family. Your Majesty must not agree." Zhou Yong said in a strange tone. Previously Moshe groveled and claimed to be your Majesty's adopted son and proposed a betrothal to your Majesty. In consideration of his sincerity, your Majesty sent the Prince of Huaiyang, Wu Yanxiu, to the Turks to escort the bride. Since ancient times, when a woman was betrothed, she would take the initiative to send the bride to the other country. There is no such thing as a prince coming to the Khan's court to receive the bride. Your Majesty's courtesy is enough to show his benevolence. In the end, the Turks detained the Prince of Huaiyang and broke the betrothal. To this day, they have not released the Prince of Huaiyang. How can our dynasty make peace with the Turks? The Turk envoy's name was Mo Hagen. He had a pair of sharp eyes, a hooked nose, and a mustache above his lips that looked like 2 scimitars. He had the temperament of a sinister vulture. Mo Hagen was neither angry nor annoyed by the repeated accusations from the ministers. He only calmly stood there with a faint smile on his face. When these people finished speaking, Mo Hagen lightly coughed and said in a clear voice, "Our dynasty's Khan has always recognized only Li Tang as a member of the imperial family. In the previous betrothal request, he clearly stated that he wished to marry Li Tang as a member of the imperial family. Although Wu Yanxiu is a prince, she is not a member of Li Tang's imperial family. In this matter, your noble country is in the wrong. Our princess was dressed to the nines and was happily waiting to be married. In the end, your noble country used a fake member of the imperial family to deceive the marriage. Our princess wept bitterly and did not smile for a long time. Detaining Wu Yanxiu is actually to seek justice. Our Turkic princess is the Khan's beloved daughter, and he has always doted on her. Your noble country's ministers belittled her as a barbarian and disdained her. Is this how a country of propriety treats its guests? In the past, your country's Emperor Taizong once said, "Since ancient times, China has always been valued and barbarians are the only ones I love." You ministers keep saying that there is a difference between the Chinese and the barbarians. What is the logic behind this? Mo Hagen took 2 steps forward and cupped his hands proudly to Wu Zetian, saying, "Your Majesty, when I came here, my Khan personally told me that if your noble country agrees to the marriage, the Duke of Huaiyang, Wu Yanxiu, will be released. Once your Majesty agrees to the marriage, there is no need for your country's crown prince to personally escort the bride. My Khan will personally escort my beloved daughter to the border. Is this not enough to show our sincerity? Today, Mo Hagen has come here on imperial orders to represent the Turkic Khaganate, but your noble country's ministers are mocking and belittling me in the royal court. The one being humiliated is not me, Mo Hagen, but the Turkic Khaganate that I, Mo Hagen, represent." Mo Hagen waved his hand down like a saber and arrogantly declared, "My Turkic Khaganate has a territory of tens of thousands of li, and the barbarians of the northwest are all vying to submit to us. Furthermore, Khan Moshe is a wise ruler with countless capable generals under his command. If we are to be humiliated today, my Khan will definitely mobilize the entire country to avenge this humiliation. When the time comes, the 2 countries will fall out of harmony and the flames of war will rise from all directions. Who will bear the blame then?" A commotion broke out in the Golden Hall. Some people were stunned by the words 800,000 soldiers. In truth, Mo Hagen's words were a bit of an exaggeration. The Turks only had around 300,000 soldiers at most, and their vast territory meant that they needed to be guarded everywhere. The strategic locations in the territory and the central command of the king's tent required elite soldiers, and all of these required a certain number of soldiers. Moreover, they also had to guard against the 10 tribes of the Western Turk. Thus, Moshe's so-called entire country's soldiers could not exceed 200,000 at most. But not every minister understood the situation of the Turks. Many civil officials were only skilled in internal affairs, and some were only skilled in the ways of officials. They did not know how many soldiers the Turks had, but they knew that their country only had around 400,000 soldiers, so they were naturally stunned to hear that the Turks had 800,000 soldiers. Although Wu Zetian was an old woman who had lived in the palace for a long time, she had a good understanding of her powerful neighbor, and was not intimidated by Mo Hagen's words. But even though they did not have 800,000 soldiers, just 100,000 some Turkic soldiers were enough to ignite the fires of war in the Great Zhou, and they also had the support of the Tubo Empire. Wu Zetian indifferently said, "Is this the style of your noble country's envoy to flaunt his military might in peace? My Great Zhou has 3 times the number of Turks. My Great Zhou has 50 million people. Even if the army is wiped out, we can still summon another army at any time. No one can use military might to intimidate we. Noble envoy has come from afar with a mission of peace, but all you talk about is fighting and killing. Is this your idea or is it Maji's?" Wu Zetian was indifferent at first, but her tone became more and more solemn, eventually becoming harsh. Mo Hagen hurriedly put his hand to his chest and apologized. This foreign subject knows his mistake. This foreign subject was only angry at the repeated humiliation of your noble country's ministers, causing me to speak such nonsense. I ask for your Majesty's forgiveness." Wu Zetian coldly snorted. "Peace is not something that can be settled in a moment. Withdraw for now. We will discuss this matter later." Mo Hagen wanted to say something, but when he saw Wu Zetian's cold expression, he ultimately chose to say nothing. The moment Mo Hagen left, Zhang Jianji, Wei Sili, Wei Yuanzhong, Yao Chong, Zhou Yong, and the others all rushed forward to speak up. Your Majesty, with a wave of her sleeve, Wu Zetian said wearily, we know. There is no need for you to say anything more. Delay this matter until the situation on the battlefield takes a turn for the better. The news of the Turk's marriage proposal quickly spread through Chang'an. The girls in the Prince of Xiang's residence did not need to ask around to hear about it. Shi Qing anxiously said, I didn't expect the Turks to take advantage of the situation. They even threatened that if our court did not agree to the marriage, they would immediately send troops to invade. Li Huowan said, the Crown Prince's grandson, Zhongjuan, has already been caned to death by Imperial Grandmother. The Crown Prince now only has 3 sons, Prince Zhongfu of Pinzhen, Prince Zhongjuan of Yixing, and Prince Zhongmao of Beihai. They are all bastards, so the position of the Crown Prince has not been decided for a long time. If the Imperial Court wants to agree to the marriage, it must first decide on the Crown Prince. Imperial Grandmother will definitely not be willing to hastily decide on the position of the Crown Prince's grandson. In this case, we can only agree to the Tubo's marriage proposal and defeat a strong enemy first. Huogua pouted and said, I already said that Yang Fan is not reliable. Shenyang asked him for help, but the more he helped, the more trouble he would cause. You're capable now, aren't you? Li Qiang pinched her fleshy nose and said, Is it because you heard from your mother that no matter who gets married, it won't be your turn? You're no longer anxious, so you don't flatter me anymore, huh? I'll go find him right now. Qin Yang sighed and said, Forget it, Shenyang. What's the use of looking for him? I already said that he can't do anything about this. Li Qiang said angrily, Can't I go find him to settle the score? If he can't do anything about it, then he should just admit it. Why did he lie to us and say that he will find a way? Since he has promised someone, he should do it. A promise is worth 1,000 gold, and it will not change even if he is killed. How can he not understand something that even a little girl like me can understand? Li Qiang angrily turned around and left. At this time, she had already returned to her residence in the Prince of Xiang's residence. She immediately ordered someone to prepare a carriage and go straight to Longqing Square. The Prince of Xiang's children were very close and they often visited each other. The Prince of Xiang only thought that she was going to find his royal brothers, so he did not ask any questions. Li Qiang rushed to Longqing Square and asked to see Yang Fan. Mo Xuanfei had already received Yang Fan's orders. Seeing that Li Shenyang had come again, he hurriedly said, Ara Lang is not here. He has gone to the palace to be on duty. Li Qiang frowned and turned to leave. Suddenly, she saw a few guards from the general's mansion standing by the door. They looked like they were about to go out. One of them was leading 2 horses. One of them was Snowstorm Cloud. This horse's head and tail were as black as lacquer. Only its 4 legs were as white as snow below its knees. Li Qiang had seen Yang Fan riding this horse in the palace. Of course, the owner's mount would not be changed at will. Li Qiang immediately became suspicious, but on second thought she suddenly remembered that there was no court meeting today. This loyal general probably did not attend court. Li Qiang was immediately filled with anger. She put her hands on her hips and posed like a big teapot. Yang Fan hid behind the screen wall and secretly rejoiced. He was just about to go out to Dian Temple to visit Xuehui. When he looked up, he saw the little devil getting off the carriage. Fortunately, he dodged quickly and was not seen by her. Yang Fan was secretly rejoicing when he heard a crisp girl's voice outside, Yang Fan, come out! Yang Fan, come out! The main door of Princess and Li's mansion was opened. More than 10 servants escorted a car out of the door and moved along the Longqing Pool. A shout came from the front door of the Yang's mansion. A crisp and sweet voice suddenly ordered, "Stop the car!" Chapter 1066. The carriage stopped in front of the Yang estate. The curtain was lifted, revealing a charming face that could turn all living things upside down. It was Enlu. Enlu seemed to be going to some banquet. She was dressed to the nines, and her appearance seemed to have been meticulously groomed. Her already delicate face was now even more beautiful. Li Qiang turned her head and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Big sister Enlu?" Enlu did not have a close relationship with the Prince of Xiang's family. Although she had seen these cousins before, because they had not interacted much, she only recognized Li Qiang's face. She could not remember which daughter of the Prince of Xiang's estate she was or what her name was, but she felt that Li Qiang looked familiar. Now that she heard Li Qiang call her big sister, she was convinced that she really was the daughter of 8th uncle's family. Enlu glanced at the gate of the Yang estate and put on a sweet smile. In a gentle voice, she said, "Little sister, why have you come here? Why are you looking for General Yang?" Li Qiang was suddenly at a loss for words. Although this girl was not very old and had a rather impetuous personality, there was one good thing about her. She kept her promise. Ever since she had promised Yang Fan in the palace that she would not tell anyone else about this matter, she had kept her promise and never mentioned it to anyone, including her sisters and her closest third brother. Now that Enlu had asked, Li Qiang naturally would not go back on her word. Her eyes turned as she randomly answered, I was playing shuttlecock in eldest brother's estate. The shuttlecock kicked over the wall and fell into the Yang estate. In the end, it was broken by that brat from the Yang family. I came to find him for compensation. How could Li Qiang's ability to lie compare to a cunning fox like Li Guo? With a glance, Li Guo could tell that she was lying. Li Guo had originally only been a little curious about Li Qiang's actions. She did not think that this little cousin of hers would have anything to do with Yang Fan. After all, Li Qiang was too young, and it was difficult to associate her with romantic feelings. But as soon as Li Qiang lied, Enlu couldn't help but become suspicious. She got out of the car and walked to Li Qiang's side. She held her little hand and said with a smile, I see. General Yang's precious son is indeed a devil incarnate. Last time, he stood on top of the wall and peed on the face of the Lord of Hanoi. Li Qiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Enlu said with a smile, Our Li family sisters can't be bullied by that surnamed Yang. But what about you? After all, you're a noble lady of the imperial family. It's not proper for you to stand at the gate and shout, Come, big sister will take you to the Yang family to seek justice from General Yang. Li Qiang was a little embarrassed. When she looked up, she saw Enlu smiling at her carriage. Li Qiang's pretty face suddenly blushed. She just said that she was playing shuttlecock in her eldest brother's mansion. The shuttlecock fell into the Yang family's young master and was broken by the Yang family's young master. But she forgot that she came from afar. The carriage and servants were all waiting on the side. Her eldest brother's mansion and Yang Fan's mansion were next to each other. If she was in her eldest brother's mansion just now, would there be a need for a carriage? Li Qiang was a little embarrassed when her lie was exposed. Enlu didn't expose her. She held her little hand and was about to break into the Yang family's mansion. Emo Xuanfei stood at the door with an awkward expression. She had a noble identity. If she really wanted to break in, he really didn't dare to stop her. Yang Fan's hearing was extraordinary. He stood behind the screen wall and heard the conversation between the two clearly. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Yang Fan hurriedly coughed and pretended to walk out. Coincidentally, he met Li Guo and Li Qiang at the door. Yang Fan looked surprised and said, I was wondering why I heard 2 magpies chirping for a while. So it's 2 noble ladies visiting. May I know what's the matter for you two? Li Qiang rolled her eyes at him and said snappily, General Yang, don't pick nice words. As long as you don't think that it's a night owl visiting, I'll be thankful. Yang Fan glanced at Li Guo and smiled meaningfully. You don't say. Last night there really was a night owl that couldn't stop chirping. Li Qiang thought that Yang Fan was talking about her, and her little face immediately turned serious, but Li Guo'er's pretty face sank. She naturally understood that Yang Fan was saying that he did not like her coming to the Yang family's door. Li Qiang said unhappily, "General Yang, I'm here today to collect a debt from you." After saying that, she was afraid that Yang Fan would misunderstand. If Yang Fan thought that she had already told the matter to Enlu and simply revealed the secret between them in front of Enlu, then it would be bad. She hurriedly added, "My shuttlecock kicked over the wall and was broken by your child. What do you think about it?" Yang Fan said with a smile, "The child is not sensible. There's no need for you to lower yourself to his level. How about this? I'm about to go out. Why don't you come with me to Chang'an City? I'll buy whatever shuttlecock you like and return it to you. What do you think?" Li Qiang was anxious to send Enlu away. She quickly agreed, "You must keep your word." "Then let's go." Yang Fan glanced at Li Guo. He was still smiling, but his smile turned cold. "May I know why your highness has come to visit?" Li Guo saw that the two of them were echoing each other, and it was impossible for her to have a good show. Although she couldn't let go of her doubts, she let go of Li Qiang's little hand and smiled. "Nothing. I'm here to accompany my little sister. Since you've made up, then there's nothing for me to do. General Yang, little sister, I'll take my leave." Li Guo turned around and walked down the stairs. Suddenly, she looked back with a smile and said to Yang Fan, "General Yang, you have to fulfill your promise. If my little sister is bullied, I'll definitely seek justice for her." Yang Fan frowned slightly and was very displeased. Li Qiang stood at the side. Seeing his expression, she couldn't help but feel perturbed. But she gently bit her lower lip and didn't speak. Until Li Guo boarded the carriage and left, she couldn't wait to explain to Yang Fan. "I didn't say anything to her." Yang Fan coldly said, "I know." He lifted the hem of his robe and walked out of the residence. Li Qiang secretly glanced at his expression and nervously followed behind him. Yang Fan held his hands behind his back. Looking at Enli's fleet of carriages leaving, he lightly said, "I really don't like this cousin of yours." Li Qiang said, "I know. I wasn't the one who found her. I heard that at that time in Chang'an East City." Yang Fan said, "I dislike this person, but it has nothing to do with that matter." Li Qiang choked and gathered her courage to say, "I also don't like her. Sister Enlu always has some airs. And my third brother also told me not to have any contact with Enlu. He said that she is not a good friend. I don't quite understand what third brother meant, but third brother will not harm me. He must have his reasons for saying so." Yang Fan couldn't help laughing. He glanced at the little girl beside him and suddenly asked, "Do you know that you are somewhat similar to her?" Li Qiang's pair of beautiful big eyes suddenly widened. She strangely said, "How am I similar to her?" Yang Fan's face darkened. He said, "Both of you have no sense of propriety and are willful and impulsive." This was the first time Li Qiang saw him getting angry at her. She couldn't help but be shocked and didn't dare to reply for a moment. Yang Fan walked towards the Longqing pond. The lake water in the pond had already frozen and was covered with ice and snow. There were a few withered lotus stems by the lake, struggling in the ice and snow. It was a scene of withered. Li Qiang took small steps, slowly moving to his side. Sneaking a glance at his face, she timidly said, You're angry?" Yang Fan gazed at the snowy field in front of him and coldly said, "Although you're young, you were born in the imperial household. You should understand things better than ordinary girls. Tell me, isn't this marriage between the two countries a matter of national importance? If it is, then whether this matter succeeds or not should be left to the imperial court to weigh the pros and cons and make the choice that best suits the interests of the country. As for whether one of the women will be happy for the rest of her life, that's not even a consideration. And as an official of the imperial court, I shouldn't play any trick. If this is a private matter, Then it's a private matter involving the women of the Prince of Xiang's household. What does it have to do with me? If I help you, doesn't that count as a favor? Why does it seem like I owe you? Why do you keep coming to my door to make a fuss and put on the face of a creditor? Do you think that just because you're an imperial daughter, you can do whatever you want? Li Qiang felt extremely wronged by his lecture. Her eyes brimming with tears, she said, I also know that I'm asking for your help, General Yang. But I suddenly heard that the Turks also want to come to the marriage, and the entire court is against it. If this happens, I'm afraid that imperial grandmother will agree to the Tubo marriage, and I don't see General doing anything. Yang Fan said, the emperor also doesn't want to have a marriage between the Tubo and the Turks, but can she directly refuse? Even if it's a marriage between two ordinary families, if the two families often have business, and the family with the daughter is afraid that it will affect their own family's business, they can't rudely refuse and say that because your son eats, drinks, and gambles that he's not a son, my daughter can't marry, right? He has to find all sorts of reasons to tactfully refuse. This way, he won't offend anyone, but he can also protect his daughter. If he wants to find someone to mediate, this person has to use even more trick. I've been running around for this matter all this time, but do you think that I've done everything in the open? Or do you think that I have to tell a silly girl like you everything I've done, no matter how big or small? Li Qiang lowered her head and fell silent at his lecture. Yang Fan emphasized, don't just listen to the wind and think it's rain. You do whatever you think. To put it nicely, this is called being straightforward and naive, but don't forget that you're a princess, and this matter has even greater implications, so you need to be especially cautious. Do you understand? Li Qiang felt wronged and said, I understand. As she spoke, 2 teardrops fell from her eyes and fell onto her lapel. Li Qiang couldn't help but softly sob. In the distance, the maids and servants of the Prince of Xiang's estate seemed to notice something. They stood on their tiptoes and looked over, whispering to each other. Yang Fan noticed their strangeness and couldn't help but curse. He had spoken too harshly and made this girl cry. If the people of the Prince of Xiang's estate went back and told the Prince of Xiang, it would be difficult for him to explain himself. Yang Fan smiled and suddenly became amiable. He said to her, but I've realized that you're better than Enlu in at least 2 areas. A child's attention was truly easy to divert. Li Qiang, who had been scolded to the point of tears, immediately blinked her eyes, her eyelashes still glistening with tears. She curiously asked, is that so? How am I better than big sister Enlu? Yang Fan replied, one is that you're willing to listen to advice and not so arrogant as to believe yourself infallible. That kind of woman is the most loathsome. Another is that you take your promises very seriously. Although you're still young, once you make a promise to someone, you'll definitely keep it. You're a good girl. Li Qiang's tears broke into a smile. Yang Fan continued to encourage her, continuing to praise, I've now discovered yet another area in which you're better than her. Li Qiang's eyes glowed. Is that so? Yang Fan nodded. Of course. You look very good when you smile. I suddenly realized that you're a beauty in the making. When you grow up, you'll definitely be more beautiful than Enlo. Li Qiang's pretty face blushed from his praise. She bashfully said, how can I be as beautiful as big sister Enlu? You're talking nonsense. Enli's happiness was famous in the upper circles of the capital. Princess Taiping was once hailed as the flower of Luoyang. Now that she was middle-aged and had established her own government, she began to display the image of a strong woman in the political arena in front of everyone. She was no longer as famous as she was when she was younger. But even when she was in the prime of her youth, she had never received such an evaluation from Enlo. Li Qiang's few elder sisters were still in their youth. Usually, when they gathered together, they would often evaluate the beauty of the noble ladies in the capital. Li Guo'er would always be the well-deserved first place. Naturally, Li Qiang was aware of this. She simply did not dare to think that she could be more beautiful than Enlil. But regardless of age, once a girl became sensible, they would like others to praise her beauty. Although Li Qiang felt that Yang Fan was exaggerating, she was still extremely happy. Her mouth said that Yang Fan was talking nonsense, but in her heart, she wished that what Yang Fan said was true. Yang Fan said, "Women are like flowers. Some are as light as chrysanthemum. Some are as clear as lotus. Some are as cold plum blossoms proudly in the snow. Some are like orchids in a deep valley. They are all colorful and different. Beauty is beauty, there's no difference." Li Qiang had never heard of such words. For a moment she was fascinated. She tilted her head and thought for a while. She innocently asked, "Is that so? Then what kind of flower do I look like?" Yang Fan was secretly amused. He made up some nonsense and this little girl actually took it seriously. Yang Fan pretended to look at her seriously. Li Qiang actually shyly avoided his gaze. Yang Fan said, "The reflection of the lotus in the spring, the peak of the Yang mountain. Compared to the ability of the lotus pod, the fragrance of the flower is drawn. As for Miss, you are comparable to a lily." Li Qiang was overjoyed. Yang Fan did not know that because of his casual words, this little girl would henceforth love lilies among hundreds of flowers. Not only did the flowers arranged in the house become lilies, the embroidery on her clothes became lilies. She even went around collecting lilies. It was to the extent that on her birthday, her sisters were proud to give her a pot of a different kind of lily. Yang Fan gave her a slap on the face and gave her a sweet date. He successfully coaxed this little girl to leave happily. Yang Fan stood on the same spot with a deep frown on his face. He had already started his plan earlier, but he did not expect the two Jew to come so quickly. If the Empress could not hold on until the Tubo and two Jew were in trouble, the situation would be very bad. At this time, a rider suddenly galloped over. Ren Wei went up to greet him. After exchanging a few words, he suddenly turned around and ran excitedly towards Yang Fan. From afar, he shouted, "General! General! Victory at Maozhou!" Chapter 1067. The news of Maozhou Governor Chen Desai defeating the Tibetans became the most sensational news in the capital before the new year. The Wuzhou court, which had been tense due to the Tibetans and Turks sending troops to force a marriage, also heaved a sigh of relief. The Tibetans had mobilized more than 10,000 elite cavalry to attack Maozhou, but they did not expect that their whereabouts would be exposed. They did not expect that the Zhou army, which was used to defending but not attacking, would leave their camp and set up an ambush at Wenchuan instead of setting up an ambush at a place like Min Mountain, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Ever since the internal strife between the Tibetan kings and ministers, the Tibetans had lost almost all of their good generals, and it was difficult to find a great general who could hold his own. Because of these reasons, the Tibetan army suffered a huge ambush by Chen Desai at Wenchuan and suffered a crushing defeat. As the Tibetan army retreated in panic, Chen Desai gathered his courage and led his army in hot pursuit, killing until the Tibetan corpses littered the plains. Chen Desai pursued them and fought 4 battles in a row, winning all 4 battles until the Tibetans threw away their helmets and armor. He chased the Tibetans for several dozen li into Tibetan territory and only returned in triumph, fearing that he might fall into an ambush. After 4 battles, Chen Desai beheaded more than 1,000 soldiers, captured more than 3,000 Tibetan soldiers, and seized a large number of cattle and sheep used as food by the Tibetans. Wu Zetian was overjoyed at the news and immediately ordered the 3 armies to reward him. Due to Chen Desai's great victory, Wu Zetian's confidence had been boosted. When Misa went to the royal palace to ask about the marriage proposal, Wu Zetian didn't allow him to enter the palace. Misa couldn't do anything to the imperial army soldiers guarding the palace gates either, so he could only return to the 4 quarters embassy in frustration. Wu Zetian was in no hurry to receive the Turkic envoy Mo Hagen. After 5 days, Under Mo Hagen's repeated requests and considering that it would be New Year's Day soon and that there would be many celebrations and there would be no time to receive foreign envoys, Wu Zetian finally agreed to host a banquet at the Suyu platform. On that day, the Crown Prince, Prince Xiang, Prince Liang, and all the high-ranking officials in the capital attended the banquet. This could be considered a gathering of the important officials of the court before the new year. The Crown Prince's two sons, Prince Pinzhen Li Zhongfu and Prince Yixing Li Zhongjuan, were also summoned to serve the emperor. Crown Prince Li Xian also had a younger son, the Prince of the North Sea, Li Zhongmao. Because he was not yet 10 years old, it was impossible for him to become a marriage partner, so he did not attend the meeting. Mo Hagen was led to the front by an official from the Ministry of Rites. He bowed to Wu Zetian and glanced at the two young men in embroidered robes standing beside Wu Zetian. He asked knowingly, "The two young men beside your majesty must be your majesty's royal grandsons." Wu Zetian said, "That's right. Zhongfu Zhongjuan, this is the envoy of Tujue Mo Hagen." Li Zhongfu and Li Zhongjuan stepped forward, and Mo Hagen quickly rushed forward to greet them, saying, "Your subject Mo Hagen greets." At this point, Mo Hagen suddenly paused and pretended to be hesitant. "I wonder which one of you is the current imperial grandson?" Li Zhongfu and Li Zhongjuan froze for a moment, then cupped their hands and said, "This little prince is Wang Zhongfu of Pinzhen, Wang Zhongjuan of Yixing. Envoy Mo Hagen, the two of us are not the imperial grandson." Mo Hagen turned to Wu Zetian and said, "Your Majesty, this subject has come to make peace through marriage. If your Majesty can introduce this subject to the imperial grandson, this subject will welcome it. However, my Khagan has designated the marriage of my beloved daughter to your country's imperial grandson. Why has your Majesty only invited the two princes but not allowed this subject to meet the imperial grandson?" Li Zhongfu and Li Zhongjuan's expressions suddenly changed. Wu Zetian indifferently said, "The Crown Prince's family has 3 sons, Zhongjuan, Zhongfu, and Zhongmao. Zhongmao is young and has not reached the age of marriage, so he has not attended the banquet. We have only established the Crown Prince, and not the imperial grandson. What, do you want to help we choose a grandson?" Mo Hagen hurriedly bowed and said, "This subject does not dare, this subject does not dare. It is just that, my country's Khagan has designated the marriage of only the imperial grandson. As of now, your country has not established a grandson. What should we do?" Wu Zetian looked up at the sky and laughed. She indifferently said, "This is easy. The Crown Prince only has Zhongfu and Zhongjuan as marriageable princes. The two of them are the sons of the Phoenix and the descendants of the Emperor. They will not bring disgrace to your princess. You can see which one of them is a good match for your princess. Just go ahead and marry her." Mo Hagen craftily said, "Your Majesty, the son-in-law our Khagan wants to choose is your country's imperial grandson." Wu Zetian smiled and said, "That is easy. In that case, after we have established a grandson, your country can send an envoy to make peace." Mo Hagen gradually became angry, but he forced himself to restrain himself and said, "If your country does not establish a grandson, will I, the Turkic princess, have to wait forever?" Wu Zetian's expression became even more amiable. She said, "Our imperial grandson can wait, but can't your country's princess wait? If your country's princess will not marry anyone other than my great Zhou's imperial grandson, then we can only wait until we have chosen a grandson. Do we have to hastily choose a grandson just for your country's princess to marry? If we choose a Turkic princess to marry someone other than your country's crown prince, will your country immediately choose a crown prince?" The Turks were used to acting shamelessly. Now that old Mistress Wu had suddenly started acting shamelessly, Mo Hagen was momentarily speechless. While the court was engaged in a heated debate, the officials below were also restless. At this moment, the deputy minister of the imperial censor, Song Jing, had just entered the Suyu terrace. Last time, He had impeached Zhang Tongxiu and his 2 brothers and fined Zhang Changzong 20 caddies of copper. It was under Song Jing's instructions that the imperial censors had completed this. Since then, Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong had held a grudge against Song Jing. But the 2 of them also knew that Song Jing was now the deputy minister of the imperial censor, controlling the Suyu Terrace and the imperial censors. He had the power to monitor and report all the civil and military officials in the court. Against such a troublesome figure with real power, it was better to make friends than to make enemies. Besides, although the 2 brothers had lost face last time, it was also a blessing in disguise. The 3 brothers of the same clan had all been sent out to hold real power in the prefectures and counties, so they could not go too far. Song Jing entered the hall and looked around. Just as he was about to go to the seat next to Wei Yuanzhong and sit down, Zhang Yizhi hastily stood up and gave up his seat closer to the Son of Heaven. Walking over to Song Jing, he said with a sincere smile, "Duke Song is the current number 1 person, how can you sit down? Come, Duke Song, please take the seat of honor." Song Jing glanced at him and indifferently said, "Jing's talent is inferior, but official Zhang thinks that you are number 1. What is the logic behind this?" Zhang Yizhi's face immediately froze. He was just casually flattering Song Jing. Who knew that Song Jing would take it so seriously? Zhang Yizhi looked embarrassed. He did not know how to justify himself. Zheng Gao, the assistant minister of the heavenly official, saw this and was immediately displeased. He had already taken refuge with the 2nd Zhang and became their henchman. As soon as he heard Song Jing's question, Zheng Gao immediately said coldly, "Isn't Duke Song the current number 1? If you are not number 1, why would you call Wulong official?" Prior to the Han dynasty, official was a respectful title for others. Since the Wei, Jin and 6 dynasties it became a nickname or a humble title. By the time of the Sui and Tang dynasties, it changed again and became a special title for the emperor to address his subjects. Zheng Gao's choice of words could be said to be full of murderous intent. Song Jing laughed and said, "Zhang Yizhi's position is one of the 9 ministers. According to the official's words, he is a proper official. I am not Zhang Yizhi's servant. Why do you call him Lang?" Song Jing's words were a bit unreasonable. Nowadays, the term Lang was widely used. To a man whom they did not know, they could respectfully call him Lang Jun or noble man. As for adding another Lang, according to rank, it was a title used by those who were close to them. Many people called Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong Wulong and Wulong to show their closeness, but the servants also called their masters and young masters Lang. For example, in Yang Fan's residence, Yang Fan was called A Lang, Yang Yanzu was called De Lang Jun, and Yang Ji was called Second Lang Jun. At this time, Song Jing deliberately emphasized the way the servants addressed their masters. It was clear that he was publicly mocking Zheng Gao for attaching himself to the rich and powerful and bootlicking. Zheng Gao was stiff by nature, he was not good at eloquence. How could he be like Song Jing, an imperial censor who relied on his writing skills and eloquence? For a moment, his face turned red, he was tongue-tied and could not say anything. Many officials in the hall heard the conversation between the 2 of them. Seeing that both sides were opposing each other with equal harshness, they could not help but be somewhat surprised. As soon as the hall quieted down, Zheng Gao felt even more embarrassed. His face swelled up until it turned purple. Song Jing laughed and walked slowly toward Wei Yuanzhong. With a smile on his face, he greeted Wei Yuanzhong and sat down next to Wei Yuanzhong. Zhang Yizhi's cheek twitched a few times. He flicked his sleeves and walked back to his seat. All the officials in the hall saw that Zhang Yizhi's handsome face was ashen and his eyes were faintly burning with anger. At this time, Wu Zetian and Mo Hagen were talking, so Wu Zetian did not notice the confrontation between her lover and Song Jing. But Yang Fan, who was patrolling in the hall, saw it clearly. Yang Fan immediately frowned. He knew that the struggle between the court officials and the two Zhangs was far from settled. This time, it was only because of the successive invasion of the Turks and Tubo and the marriage alliance that the tense situation between the court officials and the two Zhangs was temporarily eased. Once the external threat was resolved, it would be time for them to fight to the death again. Chapter 1068. Ever since Tang Xiujing received the imperial edict, he had rushed to Suya City through the night. Shen Mu had given him great help in this matter. Tang Xiujing and his entourage consisted of at least several hundred people. If they were to travel by horse, carriage and camel, the journey would be long. Moreover, it would be a world of ice and snow, who knows how long it would take. Only Shen Mu, the local tyrant of Longyu, would be able to send them to Suya City in the shortest time possible. Under Shen Mu's full deployment, the hidden sect, in the name of the tyrant of the western region, mobilized a sufficient number of sledges to send Tang Xiujing and his entourage to Suya City at a speed that was several times faster than horses. However, it was still unknown how the 10 families tribe would react after receiving the imperial edict. The imperial edict to the various kingdoms of Nanzhao arrived faster than Suya City. Although the journey from Chang unto Nanzhao was not as long as Suya City, it was a journey of trekking mountains and was equally difficult. In order to get in touch with the various tribes of Nanzhao as quickly as possible, Wu Zetian did not send envoys from Chang'an. Instead, she sent a courier to deliver the imperial edict to Yao province. After receiving the imperial edict, the supervising imperial censor of Jiannan, Li Yan, immediately went to Nanzhao with the great leader of Baiman, Sun Qi, and his son-in-law, the great leader of Wu Man, Meng Zhizhu. The Baiman and Wu Man were mostly related to the royal families of the 6 tribes of Nanzhao. They had a close relationship with each other. With the leaders of Wu Man and Baiman mediating between them, the matter was half done. In addition, the 6 tribes of Nanzhao had been increasingly exploited by Tubo in recent years. They were already in constant conflict with each other. Now that the Great Zhou had promised to provide them with large amounts of weapons and rations, the kings of the 6 tribes of Nanzhao immediately rose in revolt. They killed the Tubo who were demanding tribute from them and launched an attack on Tubo. The Wu Man and Baiman also sent their men to mix in with the troops of the 6 tribes of Nanzhao. They wanted to take advantage of the situation and invade Tubo, intending to make a small fortune. The imperial court blocked the news of the 6 tribes of Nanzhao's uprising. Towards the envoys of the Tubo and Turks, they still tried to stall them. After the military governor of Maozhou, Chen Desai, defeated the invading Tubo enemies, the Tubo envoy, Luanmisa, was no longer as arrogant as before. Soon, Luanmisa received news of the 6 Zhao rebellion. Over the past few years, the 6 Zhao had often fought with the Tubo Empire, so Misa did not know that the rebellion of the 6 Zhao this time was instigated by the Great Zhou. He hurriedly blocked this news, lest the Great Zhou find out. But now, Luanmisa didn't dare to be overbearing. In the beginning, the Turkic envoys acted as if they wanted to take advantage of the situation. They followed behind the Tubo's buttocks and asked for the treatment of marriage. Now that the Tubo had suffered a defeat and their backyard was on fire, Misa was no longer as confident as before. Instead, he pushed Mo Hagen to the front to lead the charge while he waved the flag and shouted from behind. At the start, Mo Hagen had believed that Misa's attitude had changed because of the defeat in Maozhou. Only when the news of the 6 Zhao's rebellion was concealed, and even the Great Zhou learned of it, did Mo Hagen understand the true reason for Misa's sudden change of attitude. But at this time, he had no idea that the rear courtyard of the Turks was about to catch fire. Wu Zetian dragged it out again and again. She used all of her methods and finally managed to drag it out until the New Year. In order to celebrate the New Year, the Great Zhou had arranged a series of New Year's celebrations. This time, they could justifiably drag them down. The Turkic and Tubo envoys also planned to quell the rebellion of the 6 Zhao before continuing to put pressure on the Great Zhou. Both sides had their own plans, but they happened to coincide. With the arrival of the new year, the discussion about marriage was temporarily forgotten. The first day of the first month, the origin of the year, the origin of time, and the origin of the moon, was the beginning of the 3 yuans. Bright red peach talismans were hung on both sides of the main door of the Yang family. There was also a spring festival couplet written by An Nu on the door. The beginning of the 3 suns, the beginning of the 4th sequence. Early in the morning on the New Year's Eve, the exploding poles in the courtyard of the Long Qing pool started to crackle non-stop. This was called court fire. The fire in the courtyard of the rich would burn for at least a day and a night. Some families would even burn for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. Princess Annel's residence had started to bring back the exploding poles a few days in advance. No one knew how many carts of exploding poles they had bought. They were piled up like a mountain in the courtyard. On the morning of the New Year's Eve, the exploding poles in Princess Annel's residence started to burn with great momentum. Princess Annel had ingeniously sprinkled expensive spices into the exploding poles. Once they started burning, the whole place was filled with a strange fragrance. Yang Fan's family was actually much wealthier than Princess Enli's, but he didn't flaunt his wealth like Princess Enlo. Even so, the entire Yang residence was dressed up meticulously, draped in red and decorated with a joyous atmosphere. The happiest ones were Yang Serong and Yang Nianzu. Dressed in their new clothes and hats, they played around in the front and back courtyards. One moment, they circled around the beautiful lantern tree in the courtyard, and the next moment, they joined the singing and dancing group of maids, weaving in and out of the girls who were holding hands and singing. In the evening, Yang Fan's neighbors quieted down. Wu Chongxuan and Enlu had gone to the Liang household to stay up for the new year. Li Qingqi and his 5 brothers, the Prince of Shochuan, had also gone to the Prince of Xiang's residence. Although their residences were still brightly lit, there were only servants guarding the house, so it was not as lively as before. Only the Yang family was as lively as before. In the depths of the hill by the western wall, there was a small pavilion surrounded by a white jade fence. Yang Fan filled Ning Ku's grave with new soil. He then opened the food box and placed a few cold foods and a few plates of dry food in front of the tombstone. Finally, he lit the gold, silver, and paper money he had brought with him. With a sudden burst of fire, the dark red ashes, accompanied by the sparks of fire, flew away like butterflies. The crackling of firecrackers came from far and near, but it only made this place seem more deserted. After paying his respects to Ningku, Yang Fan slowly walked out of the hill. The firecrackers in the courtyard were burning fiercely, crackling like a series of cannons. All the family members coming and going were wearing new clothes, their faces beaming with joy. The children of the Gu clan also came to visit from time to time. When they saw Yang Fan, they all greeted him. As soon as he entered the reception hall of the rear residence, Yang Fan saw Yang Nianzu, carrying a goldfish lantern, staggering out of the reception hall as if he was drunk. When he went out, he even bumped his head against the door frame. Yang Fan supported him and couldn't help laughing when he saw his son's drowsy eyes. The whole family had gotten up very early today. Yang Nianzu, who usually had the habit of taking afternoon naps, was too excited and hadn't slept at noon. It seemed that he was extremely sleepy. Yang Fan rubbed his head and said, "You look sleepy. Go sleep." "I'm not sleepy. I want to stay up on New Year's Eve." Yang Nianzu shook his head. These days were the busiest days of the year, so he couldn't bear to sleep. He carried the goldfish lantern and staggered all the way, fighting tenaciously against sleep, waiting for the arrival of midnight. Midnight had finally arrived. First, the bells and drums in the Chang'an Palace rang together. The melodious bell and drum sound had just faintly passed into the ears, and then the bell and drum sounds of the Vermilion Bird Avenue, the workshops, temples, and Taoist temples rang together. The sound was far and near, loud and small, high and low, and it was an extremely shocking feeling. It was time to say goodbye to the old year and welcome the new year. Ma Han, the butler, said to Yang Fan with a smile, "Ah Lang, please have a seat of honor." The old butler of the Yang mansion was surnamed Niu. Because the capital moved westward, the Yang family also moved from Luoyang. Old Niu was old and his family lived in Luoyang, so he didn't come to Chang'an with them. He resigned and went home to retire. Ma Han was the new butler hired by the Yang family after they moved to Chang'an. He was extremely smart and capable. Yang Fan was a little surprised and said with a smile, "What kind of rule is this? Do I have to have a seat of honor?" Ma Han smiled and said, "Of course. Ah Lang, you are the head of the Yang family. Your seniority and status are the most important. Of course, you have to have a seat of honor and accept the greetings of the whole family." Yang Fan was really lacking in this aspect. He lost his family when he was young and wandered in Southeast Asia. The customs of Southeast Asia were different from those of the Central Plains. When he came of age, he returned to the Central Plains and built up the family business with his bare hand. He had never properly stayed up on New Year's Eve according to the customs of the Central Plains. Yang Fan followed the butler's instructions and sat in the middle of the hall. He saw that there was another seat beside him, half a step back, and there were two more seats on the left and right. Xiao Man, Anu, and Gu Zhuting walked in with a smile and bowed to Yang Fan in turn. Their voices were melodious, but it was unusually solemn. Then, the three women returned to their seats one by one. Yang Serong and Yang Nianzu were brought in front of Yang Fan and knelt down on the praying mat. The siblings sincerely kowtowed to their father and said in a crisp voice, "Fortune extends to a new day, longevity is boundless," and other auspicious words. At first, Yang Fan was a little amused, but gradually, he had a strange feeling. Little Yang Ji was also placed on the cattail hassock by the wet nurse. Imitating his elder brother and sister, he cupped his hands and kowtowed to his parent. The little guy said something in a childish voice. Unfortunately, he could not speak clearly and his voice was too low. Besides, the sound of bells and drums and the exploding poles kept coming from far and near. No one could hear what he said except for himself. After Yang Ji finished his congratulatory speech, he kowtowed very seriously. Although he looked like he was doing it, he lost his balance and almost fell over. Fortunately, he was smart and his buttocks tilted and fell to the side. The wet nurse caught him in one swift motion. Yang Fan couldn't help laughing out loud. As he laughed, his eyes became a little watery. Yang Dyer was still young, so she could only be carried by the wet nurse and kowtowed to her parents for the new year. Then, starting from the butler Ma Han, the servants in the family kowtowed to the master and the mistress for the new year. Xiao Man had already asked someone to prepare a basket of red envelope. The basket was also wrapped with red silk and was placed beside Yang Fan. Yang Fan gave out the red envelopes one by one and everyone was happy. When the family finished their New Year's Eve dinner, it was almost midnight when they were able to rest. The family took a short nap, which only took more than 2 hours, before they were awakened again by the sound of bells and drums in the morning. Today, Yang Fan had to get up early to pay his New Year's greetings to the Emperor. Butler Ma got up earlier than the master. When Yang Fan got up, he saw him instructing the family to erect a very long bamboo pole in the yard. A long silk flag embroidered with various auspicious animal patterns was hanging from the pole. Yang Fan didn't understand what it meant, so he just let him be. When the family got up, breakfast was served on the table. There was a pot of 2-su wine on the table. This wine was made from a mixture of 7 kinds of medicinal materials: rhubarb, Atractylodes macrocephala, Platycodon grandiflorum, Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, aconitum, and taowu. It was said that drinking 2-su wine could expel evil spirits, detoxify, and prolong life. After listening to Butler Ma's explanation, Yang Fan smiled and was about to pick up the wine cup. Butler Ma hurriedly stopped him. "Ah Lang, wait a minute. Everyone in the family has to drink this wine, but we have to start from the youngest child. Yang Fan asked curiously, "What's the rule?" Butler Ma said with a smile, "It's a saying passed down from the older generation. When the young person gets to celebrate the new year, he should drink wine first. When the old person loses the new year, he should drink wine later." "I'm just imitating them." Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. He was in the prime of his life, so he couldn't be associated with the word old person. However, his parents had passed away, and there was no one older than him in the Yang residence, so he could only be called an old person. When he was young, he lived in a poor mountain village. He couldn't remember if there was such a rule in the family when he was young. He just listened to others' arrangement. Yang Fan stopped and said with a smile, "Then, we have to start with Dyer. Come, bring my baby daughter over." Young Dyer was carried by her wet nurse. She was wearing a bright new dress with a red dot between her eyebrows. She looked extremely cute. She was sucking her finger, her big black eyes staring curiously at her big brother Yang Yenzu, who was wearing a tiger skin hat. She couldn't take her eyes off him. When Yang Fan dipped his chopsticks in the 2-su wine and approached her, the little girl turned to look at her father. As soon as she smelled the medicine, the little girl immediately frowned in alarm. She closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and resolutely turned her head to the side. This little girl is so smart." Yang Fan moved his chopsticks with a smile. Just as he touched her lips, the little girl quickly turned her head to the other side. Yang Serong found it interesting and couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. The father and daughter argued for a long time. Finally, Yang Fan got his wish and dripped a drop of 2-su wine into the little girl's mouth. As soon as she tasted the Chinese medicine, the little girl immediately pursed her lips in grievance. Then, she slowly opened her mouth and burst into tears. "Wah! Wah! Woo!" Oh, Xiaoman put a drop of honey on her mouth at the right time. Yang Dyer, who was crying in protest, was obviously stunned. She stuck out the tip of her tongue and licked it tentatively. Then she quickly rolled the drop of honey into her mouth and tasted it with relish. Seeing this, Yang Fan burst into laughter again. After Yang Dyer finished the honey, she licked her lips as if she hadn't had enough. She opened her eyes and chased after Xiaoman's finger. As soon as Xiaoman's finger got a little closer, she stretched her neck. Looking at her eager look, it was really distressing. Xiaoman was soft-hearted and finally ordered another drop of honey for her. This time, Yang Dyer opened her mouth early, like a yellow-beaked sparrow waiting to be fed. "Hee, the little girl is so strong. Her teeth are about to grow and she can bite people." Xiaoman withdrew her finger and laughed happily. Yang Dyer, who ate a drop of medicinal wine in exchange for 2 drops of honey, saw her aunt laugh. She also opened her mouth and showed a lovely smile. After serving the little girl, it was easy for the other children. As long as Yang Fan stared at them, even Yang Ji had to be obedient. Yang Fan didn't believe that 2-su wine had such an effect, but he still had to abide by the tradition. For example, at midnight, the family had to get together to pay a New Year's greeting to him, the head of the family. At first, he didn't think much of it, but he gradually felt that some rituals and rules were the foundation of family tradition and affection. The breakfast on the first day of the new year was different from usual. The first thing that was served was a green and spicy 5-spice plate filled with garlic, chives, brassica, and coriander. It was said that eating 5-spice plate could disperse the stagnant qi in the 5 internal organs and prevent diseases. The children also had their favorite food. A plate of glue-tooth starch, made of maltose, was quickly divided up by the children. Taomei and third sister came up with 2 plates of steaming prison pills. These prison pills were dumplings, but this was not the name in this era. Yang Fan picked up a prison pill and ate it. He said to Xiaoman, "In a while, I will go to the court to pay my respects to the emperor. After the ceremony, there will be a palace banquet. Lu Maofeng was on duty last night, so I will go to replace him in the afternoon." Because there will be an exorcism dance in the palace at night, I have to make some arrangements for the security, so I can only come back in the evening," Yang Fan told Xiaoman. Yang Serong blinked her big eyes and looked at him. Yang Fan pinched her cheeks intimately and said, "Wild girl, you want to go out, right? Ask your mother to take you to the past the throne later. Father will come back in the evening and take you to Vermilion Bird Street to see the exorcism dance. Remember, when you go to other people's house, don't eat everything you see. If you are full, you won't be able to eat anything in the next house." Yang Serong immediately became happy. She made a face at him and giggled. On the first day of the first month in Tang, every family would hold a banquet. Neighbors and good friends would greet each other and eat at whoever they went. This was called Past the Throne. Yang Fan's neighbors were not at home during the New Year, but Jing Foran's mansion was right behind, so he had to go. Even though Gu Zhuting was a concubine, Yang Fan had always been very respectful to her parents, so he also had to go to the Gu family. At the same time, Yang Fan had some good friends in Chang and colleagues in the officialdom, including Ma Qiao's mother and wife, who had also moved from Luoyang. They lived in the square next door, so he also had to pay his respects. Yang Fan said, "Today, wife will take the child to pass the throne to greet the new year. A servant will stay in the mansion to receive people who come to pay their New Year's greetings. Xiao Ting is pregnant and didn't rest well yesterday. Rest well today. When we go on a parade tonight, we will go out as a family. Remember to prepare a walking carriage." Yang Fan ordered one by one. His wife and concubines all nodded obediently, not having the slightest doubt about his arrangements. Yang Fan ate a plate of prison pills and washed up. He then changed into court clothes and entered the palace. Hundreds of officials gathered outside the palace gate. There were indeed many officials who came today. The officials in the capital had to come. There were also relatives of the emperor and meritorious officials. Fortunately, every year on the first day of the new year, the officials in the capital had to pay their New Year's greetings to the emperor. Everyone was familiar with this set of rules and etiquette, so it was busy but not messy. Very quickly, everyone lined up according to the ranks of the civil officials, military officials, and the emperor's relatives and nobles. The same line was arranged according to the rank of the official. When everyone saw each other, they naturally had to greet each other. As a result, the line was very messy. Imperial Censor Guanfeng, who was usually very strict, no longer had a scowl on his face. Instead, he smiled from ear to ear like everyone else. When he saw acquaintances or friends, he would also go forward to greet them. When the auspicious hour arrived, the Prime Minister led the hundreds of officials into the palace. Wu Zetian was already sitting in the main hall to receive the greetings. There were too many officials in the capital. Those who usually didn't attend court were all here. Everyone took turns to go to the main hall to congratulate the emperor. The Prime Minister read to the emperor some cryptic and difficult-to-pronounce words. Immediately afterwards, the eunuchs would reply and express their thanks on behalf of the emperor. After the officials in the capital finished paying their New Year's greetings, there were also officials from other prefectures and vassals who sent representatives to read the greetings in front of everyone. This torment lasted until noon. Even though the officials had eaten their fill in the morning, their stomachs were rumbling with hunger. Fortunately, at this time the greetings finally ended. The emperor announced that a palace banquet would be held. Those who were not qualified to pay their respects to the emperor left the palace. Only the high-ranking civil and military officials could attend the banquet. Because the banquet was to be held at the Daming Palace, everyone swarmed over to the Daming Palace. The envoys of Tubo, Turkic, Japanese and other countries in the capital also participated in the pilgrimage. At this time of national celebration, no one would be so tactful as to say anything unpleasant. The Tubo and Turkic envoys did not say anything inappropriate, but as soon as they sat down, the Tubo and Turkic envoys gathered together and whispered to each other, their expressions heavy. The Tubo envoy Luanmisha saw that the Turkic envoy Mo Hagan was deeply worried. He looked to his left and right and said in a low voice, "Honorable envoy, don't worry. My king has personally led the army to the 6th Zhao to quell the rebellion. My king will be able to quell the rebellion very quickly. When the time comes, he will take advantage of his victory and send his army to attack your country from both sides." Hearing this, Mo Hagan's eyes lit up. Really? That's good. Otherwise, I'm afraid our two countries will have to return empty-handed this time. Among the great Zhou civil and military officials, the two brothers Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong no longer tried to reconcile with Wei Yuanzhong, Song Jing, and the others. Everyone naturally formed different social circles and chatted happily. The palace maids entered one by one. Sweet dew soup, spirit-dispelling grilled, goose and duck grilled, deer tail sauce, red clear incense, camel hoof soup, bright prawn grilled, jade dew dumpling, phoenix fetus, snow baby, imperial queen mother rice and other major dishes of the imperial banquet were served. The ingredients were expensive and the cooking was top-notch. However, for such a large banquet, many of the dishes could only be prepared in advance. By the time they were served, the food was already half cold and the taste was greatly affected. Fortunately, those who were qualified to attend the imperial banquet did not come for the food. The banquet was still bustling with noise and excitement. Wu Zetian had been in the court for a whole morning, receiving all the officials to see the emperor. She was already exhausted, so she only sat for a short while at the imperial banquet. She accepted the toasts of the officials and returned a toast to them before returning to the palace. Once the emperor left, the officials were even more at ease. The imperial banquet did not end until late at night. Yang Fan only sat in the hall for a while. As soon as the emperor left, he toasted a cup of wine to familiar friends and fellow officials, then left Daming Palace with the excuse of inspecting the palace. Yang Fan first went to replace Lu Maofeng and sat for a while. He waited for Dugu Huizhi and Huang Xuchang to arrive and inquire about the security arrangements for the night before leaving. Yang Fan wandered around the palace for a while before sneaking into Wan Er's residence. Wan Er left the imperial banquet with Wu Zetian. She did not eat well at the imperial banquet. When she came back, she asked someone to prepare a few exquisite dishes. With Fu Qingqing accompanying her, the two of them sat across from each other and drank. When Yang Fan arrived, Fu Qingqing naturally excused herself. Yang Fan ate with Wan Er and talked about how he let Der drink 2 su wine this morning, which made Wan Er giggle. "Tomorrow I will go back to mother's place." As they spoke, Wan Er suddenly said something out of the blue. In the Tang dynasty, there was no lunar calendar and solar calendar, so New Year's Day and New Year's Day were the same day. There were 7 days off on New Year's Day, 3 days before New Year's Day, and 3 days after New Year's Day. However, Wan Er was a female official of the inner court. 3 days before New Year's Day, she had to deal with the details of the celebration in the palace. On the first day of the new year, she had to accompany the emperor to receive the officials. So she could only visit her relatives 3 days before the annual meeting. Yang Fan squeezed her soft little hand and smiled mysteriously. "Yes. The door of the Yang residence's backyard is locked. Do you want me to stand by the door to welcome you?" Wan Er lightly spat at him and said, "I want to see my daughter. I haven't seen Dai for a long time and miss her. What are you thinking about?" Yang Fan blinked and smiled. "I didn't say anything else. I also miss her very much." Wan Er blushed. She clenched her fist and gently punched his shoulder. She snuggled into his arms and said in a faint voice, "I don't know when I can be with Lang Jun for a long time." Yang Fan comforted her. "It's much more convenient for you to leave the palace now. It's not bad for the time being. At home, Xiaoman usually took care of the shop and didn't feel bored. Anu felt a bit bored staying at home all day. Now that you are dealing with government affairs in front of the emperor, you are used to being energetic. If you were to be a canary now, trapped in the house every day and only occasionally going out to shop, you would lose a lot of the charm of life. I'm afraid you wouldn't feel happy. Maybe when you get older, you will be able to control yourself. One coquettishly said, "You have no conscience. I know you don't miss me." Yang Fan said, "Of course not. I just want to make you feel better." Haha, now that Second Zhang is meddling in the palace and outside, his desire for power is much greater than before. As a result, you have more and more opportunities to leave the palace. Didn't the emperor allow you to leave the palace for 3 days every 10 days? For us, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Wan lightly spat at him, but she also agreed with what he said. When Yang Fan mentioned Second Zhang, Wan suddenly became alert. She reminded him, "Lang Jun, don't be so close to them in the future." Yang Fan nodded. "Don't worry. I haven't visited Second Zhang's place for a long time. I don't even go to King Liang's. At today's imperial banquet, I only followed a large group of people and toasted them. I don't plan on going to their manor. Haha, if I don't take a clear stand now, I'm afraid I won't be able to clear my name when the time comes." Wanner nodded and said softly, "Since Second Zhang was impeached, and he was humiliated by Song Jing at the banquet with the Turkic envoy, Second Zhang has been meeting with his henchmen. It seems like he is plotting something." Yang Fan sighed and said, "I know. The officials in the court believe that the crown prince's position is already set, and the Wu family is no longer a threat. Although the world is still the Zhou dynasty, once the emperor returns, it will naturally return to Li Tang. Only Second Zhang's power is growing day by day, and they serve the emperor. They can easily isolate the outside world from the outside world. All the officials are afraid of them, so they want to get rid of them. But what about Second Zhang? They are also blinded by their desire for power. They still don't understand that their power is like a tree without root. Only without power can they avoid disaster. Seeking power is seeking disaster. Instead, they have become even worse. This battle between them is bound to happen sooner or later. I only hope that if the officials are defeated, the Crown Prince or the Prince of Xiang will not be implicated. Otherwise, King Liang will see the opportunity and fish in troubled waters." Wan shook her head. "Wei and the other loyal officials can't wait to deal with Second Zhang. In your servant's opinion, it is unwise. As long as the emperor lives, he will not let anyone harm them." For some reason, Yang Fan suddenly thought of Xue Huai, who was living in Great Cloud Temple. He thought for a moment, then said leisurely, "Perhaps, but nothing is absolute in this world." Chapter 1069. On the night of the first day of the Lunar New Year, the exorcism ceremony on Vermilion Bird Avenue was a feast that the common people of Chang participated in together. As night fell, the number of pedestrians on the street increased. When the lanterns were lit, people were already rubbing shoulders and waving sleeves like clouds. There were people dancing and singing on the street. There were people watching lanterns and guessing riddles. There were people peddling their goods, and there were people traveling together. When the sonorous and deafening music came from afar, everyone rushed forward to welcome the exorcism array. The exorcism dance team sang and danced as they arrived, the halberds and golden armor were shining. The first to lead the way was the 4 Xiangs, followed by a man and a woman. The man wore a red robe with painted trousers and an old man's mask. He was the exorcism one. The woman wore a green robe with painted trousers and an old woman's mask. She was the exorcism mother. Behind them were 360 guards wearing baby masks, followed by the 4 heavenly kings of Brahma Buddhism, holding 4 kinds of divine weapons, the Taoist deities with their white beards fluttering in the wind, the 5 Taoist generals waving their long whips, and the great Zaizo of an city spewing holy fire. This was not only a grand festival for the people of Chang'an, but also a grand festival for all the gods and Buddhas. Almost all the famous gods and Buddhas had been dragged out. Following them were various demons and demons who played the roles of demons and ghosts. They sang and danced as they marched forward. That night there were many stalls selling masks on the street. Most of the common people who came to watch the exorcism dance bought a mask and wore it. Some masked teenagers mixed into the procession of exorcism children while dancing. As a result, the procession grew longer and more people joined the exorcism dance. In the end, there were more than 1,000 people dancing the exorcism dance together. It was truly a spectacular scene. Yang Fan and his family walked in the crowd with masks on their faces. The long street was full of people wearing masks, making people feel like they were in a world of masks. Under such circumstances, it was easy for family members to get lost. Therefore, the adults held their children's hands and did not let go for a moment. Even so, there were still people in the crowd calling for friends at the top of their lungs. Although Gu Zhuting was pregnant with her skills, she didn't have to worry about being squeezed by others while walking to watch the dance. However, for safety's sake, Yang Fan still got her a walking cart and carried her along. This cart became a symbol for the Yang family to identify each other, and the whole family slowly walked around this cart. Bare-armed and muscular, Pan Gu wore a ferocious mask and held a bronze mountain-splitting axe in his hand. Sometimes he raised his head to hack the sky, and sometimes he bent his head to hack the ground. He walked with his claws and fangs, accompanied by the spirited drumbeats. Yang Nianzu looked at his ferocious appearance, and could not help but timidly move closer to his father. Yang Fan smiled and rubbed his head while looking at the man. Of Pan Gu. Of Pan Gu of Pan Gu. The burly man's dance posture was simple and crude, and his movements were rough, giving off a wild and mysterious feeling of the ancient chaotic period. He vividly displayed the spirit of a giant who created the universe and the strength of a primitive human, making people's blood boil. My mask." Suddenly, a coquettish voice came from the side. Yang Fan turned his head and saw that Yang Sairong's mask had been scraped off. Before she could pick it up, she was trampled under the feet of the crowd. The little girl was so angry that she kept stomping her feet. Yang Fan casually took off his mask and handed it to her. He said with a smile, "Don't pout. You can hang an oil bottle on it. If you see someone you like later, you can buy another one." Serene gloomily took her father's mask. Her mask was originally that of a Magu fairy, which was very beautiful, but her father's mask was that of a monkey's face that was making faces. Serene didn't like it, but it was better than nothing, so she could only take it and put it on her head. Yang Nianzu wore a pig's face with a fat head and big ears, laughing loudly at her. Yang Fan led the family to enjoy the scenery along the way. As they were walking, the road ahead was suddenly blocked by two people coming from the front. Looking at the two people's clothes and figure, they should be a man and a woman. The man was tall and burly, wearing a smiling Maitreya mask. The woman had a green face and fangs, and a bright red tongue stuck out from the ghost face. "Excuse me, please make way," Yang Fan said politely, but the two people did not move. Yang Fan's eyes slightly narrowed. Ren Wei and the others were walking through the crowd with difficulty. When they saw something strange, they immediately came over. The big-bellied Maitreya took off his mask, revealing a smiling face. Yang Fan cried out involuntarily, "Shui, why is it you?" Shui Huai put down his mask and said with a smile, "Such a lively scene, I naturally want to see it." Yang Fan glanced at the little ghost standing beside him and thought, "This must be Shenyang Ruoxiang." The thought of a gentle and graceful Fusang beauty actually wearing a green-faced and fanged little ghost mask made him feel a little strange. Seeing that Yang Fan knew the person, Ren Wei and the others immediately dispersed into the crowd. From the beginning to the end, no one noticed that they were the family's attendants. Xiao Man and Anu both recognized Shui Huai, and the two were secretly shocked. But they were very calm and immediately held Ruoxiang's arm, as if they were a family. The long street was full of people, so Yang Fan no longer addressed him as Master Shui. He only said, "It's not like you haven't seen the exorcism dance before, what's there to see?" Shui Huai laughed and said, The exorcism ceremony is the most lively event of the new year. Although I have seen it before, Ruoxiang has not, so I brought her here to broaden her horizons. Where are the two Shixiangs? Don't mention them, those two good-for-nothings. There was a group of girls singing and dancing just now, and those two bastards squeezed in to join in the fun. In the end they got separated. Yang Fan really did not expect Xue Huai to be so bold. The two walked side by side, and Yang Fan kept looking left and right. Xue Huai saw his uneasy look and said with a smile, "What are you afraid of? With my current appearance, it's not a big deal even if I walk in front of the palace." Yang Fan sighed and said, "The older you are in the pugilistic world, the more timid you become." Xue Huai looked at him and sneered. "In front of me, you dare to call yourself old in the pugilistic world? When I was roaming the pugilistic world, you still did not know." Xue Huai paused, then let out a long sigh and said, "Forget it, I am a pugilistic world disciple, and you are old in the pugilistic world. You are not old in the pugilistic world, and you are not old either. We can't compare." Yang Fan said with a smile, "Eldest Master is so free and unfettered now, and has not lost any of his prestige from back then. If you say you are old, you are still full of vigor." Xue Huai laughed and said proudly, "Not bad this, I am worthy of it." He put his arm around Yang Fan's shoulder and said secretively in his ear, "Very soon, you will have a little Shixiang." Yang Fan said curiously, "It can't be, Master is helping people shave again." Yang Fan suddenly reacted and said with surprise, "Could it be that mistress?" Xue Huai chuckled. In fact, he wanted to laugh out loud, but he suddenly remembered that he was going to be a father soon, and he should be more reserved. The result of deliberately holding it in was that his laughter sounded like an old hen that had just laid an egg. The exorcism procession gradually went further away, and many people chased after them with cheers and laughter. The place where Yang Fan and the rest were suddenly much more spacious, and they could stroll around and enjoy the scenery. Xue Huai looked at a huge lantern tree by the roadside and commented with disdain, "This lantern tree is far inferior to the 100-foot lantern tree I had in the past." This lantern tree was dozens of feet tall, and was the largest lantern tree on Vermilion Bird Avenue, but compared to the lantern tree that Xue Huai had built in Luoyang's Ding Ding Street, it was more than half the size. Yang Fan recalled the time when he climbed the lantern tree with Princess Taiping, sat side by side on the leaf, looked down at Luoyang, and whispered sweet kisses at the starry sky. He could not help but be fascinated. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance, and then there were earth-shattering cheers. In fact, at this time, the street was crowded and the crowd was dense, so it was not easy to see what the commotion was, but the people's movements were moving along Vermilion Bird Avenue from north to south. If the crowd suddenly stopped and moved to the left and right, it would naturally be eye-catching. Yang Fan and Xue Huai stopped, and looked towards the long street. They saw 4 or 5 border army officers, their faces weathered, holding red flags in their hand. The red flags fluttered in the wind. As they galloped over, they waved the red flags, and with rough and hoarse voices, they shouted, "Tufan Zanpu has died suddenly, the sons of princes are fighting for the throne, the country is in chaos, and the border threat has been resolved." There were too many people on Vermilion Bird Avenue. Although the long street was brightly lit, the people saw that the people coming were the couriers reporting the victory with the red flags, and they did not have time to dodge. As a result, these border army couriers did not run very fast, and everyone could hear their shouts clearly. Cheers immediately rang out, and the people behind them who still did not know the truth were immediately stunned. As the couriers rushed towards the direction of the palace, the news spread out one after another, and the cheers also rose and fell, like waves of the tide. Yang Fan was stunned at first, but soon after, he was wild with joy. He did not expect that Tufan Zanpu personally led the imperial army to the 6th Zhao, but actually died suddenly. Tufan Zanpu was only 34 years old, and none of his sons had reached adulthood. The so-called sons of princes are fighting for the throne. It should be a contest between the maternal families behind the princes. Only in this way would the consequences be even more serious. This internal strife in Tufan was 100 times more complicated than he had expected. Tufan was really unlucky this year. First, they joined forces with the Turks to send troops. Originally, the plan was good, but suddenly they encountered a snowstorm, which delayed the operation. Then, Zanpu, who personally led the imperial army, died suddenly, and the country was in chaos. Although there was still no news from Suaya City, the crisis of the imperial court being attacked from two sides had been declared resolved. Outside Vermilion Bird Gate, in front of Guanglu Temple, there were all kinds of magnificent and mysterious ice lanterns on the street. Although it was not the Shangyuan period, there were still many lantern riddles hanging under the eaves on both sides of the street. The sisters of the Prince of Xiang's residence were all sightseeing by the roadside. Shou Chang, Xian Yuan, and two others who were slightly older gathered together to watch the lanterns, while the other 7 younger ones were guessing the lantern riddles by the roadside. Among the girls, Li Qiang was the most intelligent and had the fastest reaction. She had already guessed several riddles, and all the rewards and gifts she received were given to the younger sister, Huoguo. Huoguo beamed with joy and used her skirt to carry a pile of toys, and tightly stuck behind her sisters but, flattering and encouraging her. Qin Yang stood in front of a riddle and slowly recited, "Nose to the sky, mouth to the ground. Hit it with a hammer, and it will shake the heavens and the earth. And this is a bell. It's clearly a bell." Li Qiang jumped over, giggling as she continued. "Aya, little girl, you're really amazing. You guessed it right again." The stall owner picked up a lotus lantern and said with a smile, "This is your reward." Huoguo hurriedly covered her lapel, saying, "Put it here, put it here." She then said to Li Qiang, "Shenyang is really amazing." Li Qiang used the back of her hand to rub the tip of her slightly red nose, and proudly said, "Of course there is no riddle that can stump me. 100 sisters, 1,000 sisters, sleep on the same bed, each covered with a blanket. What is this?" Li Qiang lightly tapped her forehead, thinking. Li Huowan sighed. Qin Yang asked, "It's the new year, why is Wunyang sighing?" Li Huowan said, "The Tubo envoy is still unwilling to give up. I'm afraid that we can hide for one day, but we won't be able to hide forever. Unlike that girl." Li Huowan stared at Li Qiang, who was engrossed in guessing the riddle, and hatefully said, "This heartless girl doesn't know how to worry." Qin Yang said, "If grandmother really wants to send someone to Tubo to make peace, it will definitely be between us. Qiang is only 9 years old, how can it be her turn? She is naturally not in a hurry." Li Qiang's ears were sharp, and she felt wronged when she heard the discussion of her sisters. She was an optimist, thinking that even if they were to get married, they were not married yet. Life still had to go on. Could crying every day solve the problem? At least they had thought of a solution. She was naturally unhappy when her sisters said this. However, she could not tell her sister that General Yang had promised her that he would think of a solution. It was just that the matter was important and complicated, and it could not be solved immediately. When Li Qiang was angry, she forgot about guessing the riddle. Huoguo waited for a while and could not help but ask, "Shenyang, what is this riddle about?" Li Qiang glared at him, and just when she was about to speak, the red flag messengers arrived. Their voices became hoarse, but the gate of heaven influence was already in sight, and their voices became unusually excited. "Victory report! Victory report! Tubo Zanpu died suddenly, and the Tubo princes are fighting for the throne. Tubo is in chaos, and the threat at the border is resolved." Shou Guang, Qin Yang, Shi Cheng and the others were stunned when they heard the news. Only when the messengers disappeared from their sight did the sisters cheer and hug each other tightly. Huoguo persistently asked, "Shenyang, what is the answer to the riddle?" "Shenyang. Pomegranate. Pomegranate." Li Qiang answered her sister casually, and Hua Guo immediately turned around and said excitedly, "Shopkeeper, the answer to the riddle is pomegranate, quickly give me a present." Li Qiang seemed to be sleepwalking, and walked down the stairs in a daze. The light from the ice lanterns reflected on her jelly-like smooth face, and there was a kind of dreamy beauty. "Oh my God! How did he do it? He actually did it! He really killed the king of Tubo. This is really amazing." Li Qiang's eyes were reflected by the colorful lights like little stars. She murmured in a voice that only she could hear. Her tone was dreamy, with a trace of a girl's unique blurred childishness. At the gate of heaven-bearing, Wu Zetian, accompanied by Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, was watching the exorcism dance in the palace. The exorcism dance in the palace was hosted by Taichung Temple. 120 people from the little eunuch sect were chosen to be the maids, and then they were chosen to be strong and sturdy soldiers of the Jin Wu Guards, holding golden spears and dragon flags, embroidered clothes, and gold-plated bronze armors. At this time, all the immortals, accompanied by Duke Nua Mother and the maids, were chasing after the demon kings and demons until there was no way out. They could only kneel down and surrender, and let their faces be chopped by the axes. Duke Nua and No Mother led the maids to the top of the gate of heaven-bearing and sang a divine poem. First, I wish for every family to be happy. Second, I wish for the husband and wife to be at peace. Third, I wish for the weather to be good. Fourth, I wish for the crops to be ripe. Fifth, I wish for the pigs and cows to be prosperous. Sixth, I wish for the 5 grains to be plentiful. Seventh, I wish for the world to be at peace. Eighth, I wish for the emperor to reign for thousands of years. Ninth, I wish for... A courier with a red flag on his back, whose legs were already numb due to the constant galloping, was carried up to the gate of heaven-bearing by 2 strong imperial guards. That courier threw himself at the feet of Wu Zetian, and reported everything that had happened in Tubo to Wu Zetian in detail. It turned out that the Nanzhao kingdom in the region of Jiang rebelled under the instigation of Great Zhou, and soon after, the southern vassal states such as the Nibreman sect rebelled one after another. The Tubo king also knew that in order to fend off foreign aggression, he personally led an expedition to suppress the rebels. In the end, the Nanzhao region was ravaged by a plague, and in a moment of carelessness, the Tubo king actually died from the disease. Originally, the Tubo generals also understood the principle of keeping it a secret and retreating calmly. But the problem was that this news could be kept a secret to the outside world, but could not be concealed from the inside world. As soon as the news reached the royal court, the capital was in an uproar. The sons of the Tubo king were still young, and each of the concubines had their own political factions behind them. They all wanted to support their sons to ascend the throne, and for a while, they were in a fierce battle. Once the capital of Tubo was in chaos, the news could no longer be concealed. The 6 imperial edicts took the opportunity to pursue the Tubo army, and the Wuzhou army also launched an attack on the Tubo army that had been in a stalemate for a long time. All the Tubo soldiers were eager to help their princes seize power, and so they were not in the mood to continue fighting. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi were both surprised and delighted when they heard this, and quickly bowed to Wu Zetian. "Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations, Your Majesty! The beginning of the new year this year is auspicious, with one happy event after another. It's really worth celebrating." Wu Zetian slowly stood up from her throne and looked disdainfully at the people below the city wall. Suddenly she pointed at those people who were dressed as demons and ghosts kneeling on the ground and offering their heads. She smiled at Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong and said, "Wulong, Wulong, look at those demons and ghosts. Don't they look like Tubo people?" Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong understood tacitly and quickly replied, "Yes, too similar. Obviously they are." Ha 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 ha! Wu Zetian put her hands on the wall and laughed to the sky. Chapter 1070. For the entire first month, Chang'an passed in a relaxed and lazy atmosphere. With the internal strife of Tubo and the various princes vying for the throne, they could barely take care of themselves. Naturally, the plan to ally with the Turks collapsed. Misa was a Tubo general, and he also had his own tribe. He also had a prince who was most in line with the interests of his tribe and himself. Now that the male protagonist of the marriage was dead, there was no reason for him to stay in Chang'an. The day after he heard the grievous news, he hurriedly left and rushed back to Tubo to participate in the struggle for power. The Tubo's release made the Turks feel a little helpless. However, the Turkic envoy, Mo Hagan, could not leave with his tail between his legs like Misa. He still lingered in Chang'an. Wu Zetian's attitude now clearly became more forceful. Mo Hagan had asked for an audience 10 times, but only once was granted. The situation was stronger than the person, so Mo Hagan could not be overbearing. After the first month, the spring wind gradually warmed the earth, and the great Zhou dynasty welcomed 2 happy events. In order to avoid the marriage with Tubo, the Prince of Xiang had urgently chosen husbands for his 2 oldest daughters, Xian Yuan and Shou Chang. Although the Tubo were no longer forcing the marriage due to the internal strife, the marriage that had already been arranged naturally had to be carried out. Therefore, Wu Zetian issued an edict for the marriage of Shou Chang and Xian Yuan. Wu Zetian had the Luantai come out and say, "The Prince of Xiang's daughters, Shou Chang County Magistrate and Xian Yuan County Magistrate, together with Ling Tianhan, will gradually train the royal family. Their qualities are brilliant and their natures are fragrant and elegant. The emperor's grandson is about to surrender. It has only been a year, and the people of the country are willing to allow him to return." Cui Zhen, the minister of the Pure Temple, and Shui Boyang, the crown prince's left minister, will be dressed in ceremonial robes, and will bow to the teachings of the famous. They will be beautiful and talented. The flying phoenix is auspicious. Riding on the dragon's back is appropriate. The Shou Chang County Magistrate can be Shi Zhen. The Xian Yuan County Magistrate can be Shi Boyang. Once the edict was issued, the 2 families immediately prepared for the marriage. In the 3rd month of spring, the 2 county magistrates were married. At the wedding banquet, the Prince of Xiang's daughters gathered together, and a table was set up in the rear residence. Although they were young, they still ate some rice wine. After all, this was a day of great joy. Qingyang raised her cup and said to her sisters, "The sudden death of the Tufan king allowed us sisters to escape this calamity. This is all thanks to Shenyang's contribution. Sisters, why haven't you raised your cup yet? Let us toast Shenyang to show our gratitude." Qin Yang was teasing Li Qiang, and all the sisters laughed and raised their glasses. Li Huan was worried that her younger sister would lose face, so she hurriedly pulled Qin Yang's clothes, but it was too late. Unexpectedly, Li Qiang was not the slightest bit annoyed. She had a faint smile on her face and calmly raised her cup, accepting the salute from her sisters. The sisters thought that she was putting on airs, but Li Qiang was secretly proud of herself. "I was the one who helped you resolve this matter, so it's only right for me to receive your respect." Li Qiang was already convinced that the sudden death of the Tufan king was the work of Yang Fan, but because of her previous oath, and because she was a person who took her promises very seriously, it was not good for her to announce this secret to the public. In this little girl's heart, she already regarded Yang Fan as a deity. In truth, when she heard from her 3rd brother that Yang Fan had ingeniously planned to rescue the Prince of Luling from Fangzhou and bring him back to Luoyang, she had already regarded Yang Fan as a celestial being. Were this not the case, she would not have been so desperate to seek medical help, believing that as long as Yang Fan was willing to think of a way, he would be able to resolve this calamity for her. It was precisely because she had long believed that Yang Fan possessed unfathomable abilities that she attributed the death of the Tufan Zanpu to Yang Fan. However, although the death of the Tufan Zanpu from the Nanzhao kingdom was an unexpected accident, the idea of using the Nanzhao kingdom to restrain the Tufan kingdom was indeed Yang Fan's idea, and he was also the one who facilitated it. However, this result was not his doing, so Li Qiang could be considered to have guessed half of it correctly. Because of the sudden death of the Tufan Kingdom Zanpu, they did not have time to make arrangements for his funeral, and now they really fell into internal strife. When the two princesses of the Prince of Xiang's mansion got married, Yang Fan had already received news from the Tufan Kingdom's spies that the struggle for hegemony among the Tufan princes had been settled, and a new king had been elected. Seeing that all the major tribes had their own masters, and that the entire Tufan Kingdom was about to fall apart, the Empress Dowager, Qi Mali, hurriedly stepped forward and took charge of the state affairs as the Empress Dowager. After the Empress Dowager took charge of the state affairs, she decisively appointed her 7-year-old grandson, Qili Lazan, as Zanpu. Qili Lazan's mother's name was Zanmodo, and his family was extremely powerful. Empress Dowager Qi Mali's maternal family was also extremely powerful. With the cooperation of the two families, and the fact that the Empress Dowager chose a grandson of the king was a perfectly justifiable move, the position of Zanpu was finally confirmed. However, this only ensured the stability on the surface. The tribes and families behind the princes were not willing to accept this. The rapid decline of the royal power had become a fact, and without a strong prime minister to suppress them, many tribes began to act on their own, and the royal power could no longer be enforced throughout the Tufan Kingdom. After meeting with Shenmu, Yang Fan evaluated the situation, and believed that the Tufan Kingdom would be in chaos for at least 20 years, until after Qili Lazan's death. If he could become a great king like Songzan Gampo, the Tufan Kingdom would recover. For at least 20 years, it would be difficult for the Tufan Kingdom to pose a threat to the Central Plains. The two of them came to this conclusion after fully understanding the situation of the various forces in the Tufan Kingdom, and after receiving the detailed analysis of many wise men from the Heaven Observation Division. In reality, after Qili Lazan's death, he did not become a great king, and the subsequent generations of Tufan and Zanpu did not produce another hero like Songzan Gampo. The decline of the Tufan Kingdom began at this time, and from this moment on, the Tufan Kingdom continued to go downhill until its demise. 3 days after the marriage of the two princesses of the Prince of Xiang's estate, on the day they officially returned home, good news came from the western regions about Tang Xiujing. When Tang Xiujing arrived at Suya, he used both carrot and stick on the 10 families tribe, writing empty checks as if they didn't cost money, completely beguiling the leaders of the 10 families tribe. The lord of the 10 families tribe, Wuzheil, was officially conferred the title of prefecture king by the great Zhou and recognized as the Turkic Shirhan. From this point onwards, he could rightfully kick Hasero aside and become the lord of the 10 families tribe. He had obtained the greatest benefit, so he gladly agreed to send troops. By sending troops to suppress Moshe, Wuzheil would not only gain even more support from the Tang dynasty, but it would also be in line with his own interests. After all, the Eastern and Western Turks had been mortal enemies ever since they split up. Since he had replaced Ashina Hasero as the lord of the Western Turks, he had to attack the lord of the Eastern Turks. Wuzheil had 200,000 soldiers, only half of Moshe's. However, Moshe's territory was too vast and needed to be garrisoned everywhere, especially on the border with the Great Zhou. Thus, the number of soldiers he could actually mobilize was not greater than Wuzheil's. As a result, Moshe could only stop fighting on the Eastern Front and move soldiers to meet Wuzheil. When Mo Higu heard this news, he immediately changed his attitude. What he needed to do now was not to force the Great Zhou into a marriage, but to express goodwill and repair the relationship between the two countries so that the Great Zhou would not ally with the 10 families tribe and stab them in the back. Yang Fan and Shen Mu, these two bad friends, were naturally delighted in the Tubo and Turkic backyards being set ablaze, but they had not expected that once the Great Zhou was rid of its external threat, it would begin to fight among itself. This internal strife was naturally between the officials and the second Zhang. The second Zhang had always been in constant conflict with the officials, but the spark that had ignited this all-out war was Zhang Changqi. When Zhang Changqi had been impeached and demoted by the imperial censor, Wu Zetian had taken sides and used the power of the emperor to demote him to Qi province minister. When Zhang Changqi arrived at Qi province, the Tubo and Turkic forces had joined forces to invade. Zhang Changqi complained incessantly, but he did not dare to abandon the city and escape. Fortunately, there were border troops stationed in front of them, so he could only close the city gates and wait anxiously for the enemy. In the end, not long after, Chen Desai won a great victory in Maozhou, so the Tubo troops did not dare to act rashly. Next, the Tubo Zanpu personally went to the 6th Zhao, but in the end, he was infected with a miasma and died in the army. The Tubo kings fought for hegemony, causing an internal strife. Wu's external threat was removed, so it could be said that it was a daunting experience but not a dangerous one. At this time, Zhang Changqi's cleverness came into play. He pretended to lead his troops to chase and kill for a while, but did not even see the shadow of the Tubo troops before triumphantly returning. Zhang Changqi then reported that he had defeated the invading enemy and asked his cousin to help him find an official position. With this reason, naturally Heir Zhang begged Wu Zetian all day long. Wu Zetian could not resist the coaxing and pestering of her two lovers. She had no choice but to agree to help Zhang Changqi find an official position. One morning at the morning court, the Ministry of Appointments reported that there was a vacancy in the chief historian of Yongzhou. Wu Zetian immediately remembered her promise to her lover. She looked around at the prime ministers and asked, "There is a vacancy in the chief historian of Yongzhou, who can fill the post?" Wei Yuanzhong reported, "Xue Jichang can do it." This Xue Jichang was originally the chief historian of Yongzhou, but now he was the chief minister of Right Station. Compared to before, he was a lot nobler, but he did not have as much authority as before. Wei Yuanzhong wanted this colleague and good friend to be the chief historian of Yongzhou again. The Son of Heaven was old, the world was about to change. If he had more authority, he would have a greater chance of success in the future. Among the prime ministers, Yang Zixi, Su Weiwei, Wei Chengqing and Wei Sili all had deep friendship with Heir Zhang. But this incident happened too suddenly. They did not have Heir Zhang's permission beforehand, so naturally they would not nominate Zhang Changqi. Wu Zetian knew that she could not count on the prime ministers to recommend her, so she took the initiative and said, "Xue Jichang has been in the capital for a long time. Zhen has another important position. Recently, Qizhou's deputy minister Zhang Changqi has repelled the Tubo invading enemy. He has established a military service. Zhen wants to appoint Zhang Changqi as the chief historian of Yongzhou. What does the prime ministers think?" Only now did Yang Zixi, Su Weiwei and the other prime ministers understand Wu Zetian's intention. Promptly they bowed and said, "Your Majesty is wise." Wei Yuanzhong stepped out from the crowd and said in a loud voice, "Zhang Changqi cannot be the chief historian of Yongzhou." Wu Zetian knitted her brows slightly. "Why does Prime Minister Wei say that?" she asked. Wei Yuanzhong said, "Zhang Changqi is young and ignorant. He does not understand local government affairs. He has only been in Qizhou for a short period of time. It is even more difficult to say that he has gained experience. Yongzhou is the imperial capital. Yongzhou is the governor of the capital. It is located in Chang'an. The government affairs are complicated. How can Zhang Changqi be competent?" Comparing this person with Xue Jichang, the superiority and inferiority can be seen at a glance. Actually, the prime ministers have the right to recommend officials. Right now Yang Zixi, Su Weiwei and the others have understood Wu Zetian's intention. As long as Wu Zetian insisted, these prime ministers would definitely step forward to support her. However, Wu Zetian also knew that Zhang Changqi was not qualified to be the chief historian of Yongzhou, be it in terms of seniority, ability or reputation. Wu Zetian had abused her official position for personal gain, so she did not have much confidence. As soon as Wei Yuanzhong spoke, she unexpectedly fell silent. Yang Zixi, Su Weiwei and the others were all old foxes. Seeing that the emperor did not insist, naturally they would not step forward to say anything. If something happened to Zhang Changqi in Yongzhou, as the people who recommended him, they would also have to bear the responsibility. Unexpectedly, this matter was left unsettled. When the two Zhangs heard about this matter, they could not help but fly into a rage. Zhang Changzong slapped the table and sternly shouted, "This old man Wei has repeatedly made things difficult for our Zhang family. If this can be tolerated, what can be tolerated?" Zhang Yizhi, who has always been more composed than him, was also provoked by Wei Yuanzhong. He angrily said, "This old thing does not know how to appreciate favors. He really wants to climb all over us. Does he think that our Zhang family is easy to bully? If we don't teach him a lesson, this old man will certainly become even more savage." After the two brothers had a discussion, they immediately launched their revenge against Wei Yuanzhong. Chapter 1071. It was the 3rd month of spring, and the scenery was bright. White willow catkins flew all over the sky, as if it was a heavy snow in the middle of winter. However, under this heavy snow, there was a cold mist and new willow trees on the shore. It was the scene of spring. The color of the willow was like smoke and snow. It was one of the 8 sceneries of Chang'an, and it was called the wind and snow of the willow. The scenery was beautiful, but it was only suitable to be seen from afar. For those who were in it, it was extremely troublesome. For example, Yang Fan and Xue Huai, who were standing by the Baqiao. Ruoxiang was wearing a dew on her head and did not feel much about the fluttering willow catkins, but Yang Fan and Xue Huai had to squint and speak carefully to avoid the catkins from entering their mouths. "I'll ask someone to send Master Xue all the way to Yangzhou, then change to a large ship there. The ship and manpower are very reliable, don't worry, Master Xue." Xue Huai smiled and said, 17, "You're really amazing now. I didn't expect you to have such close relations with Nanyang and Dongying. This fleet is yours, right? Although I live in Kyoto now, all the feudal lords in Japan have to give me some face. If your people encounter any trouble in Dongying in the future, tell them to find me at Hanbara Temple in Kyoto." Xue Huai had experienced many ups and downs, and was no longer as crude as before. However, his personality was still wild, and his words were really heroic. However, his arrogance had always been backed up. In the past, he had Wu Zetian to support him in the Central Plains. Now that he was in Dongying, it was because he had enough power. "Thank you, Master. Master's wife, I wish you a safe journey." Yang Fan turned to Ruoxiang and bowed to her with a smile. Ruoxiang was a 16 or 17-year-old girl, much younger than Yang Fan. However, her status was there, so Yang Fan was very polite. Ruoxiang pressed her knees and bowed back to him, a very pretty smile vaguely visible under her slightly exposed face. All right. We're both grown men. Let's not play those childish games. Let's go. I'll wait for you in Dongying." When Xue Huai saw that Hong 1 and Hong 6 were about to step forward to bid farewell to Yang Fan, he waved his hand forcefully, turned around, and strode onto the ship. Ruoxiang immediately followed behind him. Hong 1 and Hong 6 cupped their fists towards Yang Fan and said, "Take care." Then, they followed Xue Huai onto the ship. Not far away, the Japanese Tang Imperial Envoy, Ambassador and Deputy Envoy bowed to the ship. There were also a few Japanese monks who put their palms together. Xue Huai stood firm on the bow of the ship, cupped his fists and bowed to them. Yang Fan looked at his movements. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a street performer. However, who else in history could have such a legendary experience as Xue Huai, a street performer and peddler of strength pills? Even when Yang Fan thought about it, he could not help but sigh at the wonders of life. The sails were raised, the mooring ropes were untied, and the big anchor was hooked onto the ship. The big ship belonging to the Shun sect slowly left the shore. On both sides of the Wei River were lush green fields. In the middle of the green trees was the vast and mighty Spring River. The white sail on the river was like a new cloud, slowly sailing towards the distant horizon. After Xue Huai's ship left the Ba, Yang Fan rode his horse back to Chang'an. The Japanese Tang imperial envoy did not travel with him. They seemed to be very interested in the enchanting scenery of the Ba. After seeing off Master Xiaobao, they stayed on the Ba and enjoyed the scenery. Yang Fan sent people to accompany them and arranged a time for the banquet. Then, he rode his horse and left. Some of these people were originally Japanese officials, and some would definitely become influential figures after returning. They were all people that Yang Fan could use in the future, so he naturally had to contact them. In order to avoid conflicts of interest with the hidden sect, Yang Fan decided to develop the obvious sect's power in the east and south. Yang Fan had a strong foundation of connections in the southern states, so it was easy to ensure that his power could penetrate. The southeast coast had long been densely populated with merchant ships, and Yang Fan's master was also the overlord of the South Sea, so the construction of this route was unusually smooth. As for the east, Xun Mu had already taken the lead in Xian Luo heading north, so Yang Fan's main target was Fusang. However, he started to manage Dong-ing late, so his power there was still very weak. Although he had Xue Huai's help, which was equivalent to having the biggest inside man in Japan, he could maintain close contact with these Tang imperial envoys. In the future, his network in Dong-ing would be wider, and it would definitely be beneficial to the development of his power. Naturally, he could not miss this opportunity. When Yang Fan was about to reach the city gate, there was suddenly a group of people riding horses in the distance. They galloped very quickly, and the road was covered in dust. Many commoners who were entering the city moved to the sides of the road. At the front of the group of people, there were a few servants leading the way. When they arrived at the city gate, they said a few words to the gatekeeper, and the gatekeeper hurriedly had people open the city gate, remove the obstacles, and let those people enter the city. When the city gate opened, the group of people had just reached the city gate, and they did not stop at all. They marched straight in. Yang Fan saw a few familiar faces in the group, but he could not remember most of their names. He only vaguely remembered that they were people from Guanzhong's aristocratic families. Among them, there was only one that Yang Fan remembered very clearly, because that person was Du Wentian's father, Du Jingting, the head of the Du clan in Fanchuan. Seeing that these people had suddenly gathered together and were in a hurry, Yang Fan could not help but wonder, did something happen? After Yang Fan returned to the city, he sent people to inquire about those people, and he himself returned to Longqing Square. He walked along Vermilion Bird Avenue, and was about to turn to Longqing Square when dozens of horses suddenly came out of a workshop on the side of the road. Most of the riders on the horses wore soft-legged headdresses, robes, and black leather boots. Since they were dressed like this, they were either officials wearing swallow-style robes, or scholars with scholarly honors. Seeing that they had solemn expressions and were in a hurry, no one was talking or laughing, and did not look like they were gathering for a trip. This attracted Yang Fan's attention. Yang Fan looked around and found a few familiar faces in the crowd. The person who was surrounded by the crowd was the Minister of Strict Governance, the Minister of Imperial Censor, Song Jing. Song Jing's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with anger. When Yang Fan saw this, he thought, something must have happened. Not long after, the people he sent to inquire about the news returned with detailed information. Something had indeed happened. The second Zhang was not a person who was good at forbearance. Even Zhang Yizhi was only slightly calmer than Zhang Changzong. As soon as the two brothers decided to launch a counterattack against Wei Yuanzhong, they immediately began to carry it out. They used every opportunity to slander Wu Zetian. They said that Wei Yuanzhong had publicly threatened that once the crown prince succeeded the throne, he would kill the second Zhang first. They said that Wei Yuanzhong had formed a private clique and bewitched them, saying that the emperor was old, and that it was better to rely on the crown prince early in order to protect his wealth and glory. Wei Yuanzhong was indeed loyal to the crown prince. This point could be felt by Wu Zetian from his words and actions in the court. Wei Yuanzhong was indeed forming cliques. In fact, which official did not form cliques, and the more important the official, the more so. Since ancient times, no matter if it was someone who truly wanted a career or just wanted to solidify their position, as long as they struggled in the official path, no matter how high or low their position was, they all had their own small circle. Even the self-proclaimed solitary official, Lai Junqian, had a group of henchmen. The only person who had truly reached the realm of solitary official, where one's grandmother was not close to, one's uncles did not love, one's loyal and treacherous people kept a respectful distance, was probably the great Ming dynasty's strange Lord Hai Rui. However, later generations were used to calling the cliques of the ancient people that they admired as loyal and righteous, and the cliques of the people that they hated as villains colluding with each other. For the emperor, as long as there was a clique, it was something he hated and was wary of. No matter what goal it was for, it did not affect the nature of the matter. Wei Yuanzhong had indeed said a few things to attack Zhang, and even dissatisfied with Wu Zetian. Although he would not say it as blatantly as what Zhang said to Wu Zetian, Zhang was only exaggerating, or directly pointing out the hidden meaning that Wei Yuanzhong had not said. It was not like he was making groundless accusations or making baseless accusations. Because of these reasons, coupled with Wu Zetian's excessive reliance and trust towards her two lovers in her later years, she completely believed Zhang's words. As a result, Wu Zetian became extremely angry. She felt that this was disrespect towards her and a challenge to her authority. And Wu Zetian's attitude towards all enemies that tried to challenge her authority was to strike down harshly. She would rather kill the wrong person than let them off. The result of her self-reflection was that the reason why the officials were so unrestrained was because she had been too lenient over the past few years. The officials had already lost their respect for her. As a result, she decided to severely punish Wei Yuanzhong and make an example out of him. But she also knew that with just these words, the most she could do was convict Wei Yuanzhong of speaking without restraint. It would not be able to severely punish a prime minister. As a result, she instructed Zhang to find a more serious crime. Since she had decided to establish her authority, Wu Zetian decided to stop at nothing. Zhang understood tacitly and immediately concocted a weapon that Wu Zetian had always used to attack her political enemies. Rebellion. Wei Yuanzhong attempted to rebel. Wei Yuanzhong was backed by the current crown prince. Wu Zetian did not believe that without the crown prince's instructions, Wei Yuanzhong would be so unrestrained. As a result, she wanted to severely punish Wei Yuanzhong and at the same time give the crown prince a warning so that he would behave himself. As soon as Zhang concocted the evidence of Wei Yuanzhong's rebellion, Wu Zetian issued an edict to arrest Wei Yuanzhong. In the last few years, with the establishment of the crown prince, the return of power to Li was an inevitable fact. The Son of Heaven was old and his desire to kill was far less than it had been in the past. This had truly caused the ministers of the court to regain some of their strength and courage. In the past, when the prime ministers were arrested, the ministers would do their utmost to rescue them, but the method they used was mostly to send a memorial to the crown prince. The Son of Heaven remained silent, and the ministers did not dare to speak out more. But this time, Wu Zetian seemed to have poked a hornet's nest, and the backlash from the ministers was even more severe than before. In the imperial court, in memorials, the civil and military officials used every method to denounce the emperor. Every day, a large number of people sought an audience with the emperor. Wu Zetian was truly old. She no longer had the energy to contend with the ministers and engage in tit-for-tat struggles. All of this made Wu Zetian exhausted. Every day, only when she returned to the inner palace would she be able to find a brief moment of peace. The ministers' counterattack was so fierce that it naturally could not rely on their own strength. The reason the backlash this time was so strong was because someone was supporting them from behind. But this person was neither the crown prince nor the Prince of Xiang. By the time Yang Fan learned of the entire matter, this person had already rushed to the Yang estate to wait for him. Chapter 1072. The person who was waiting for Yang Fan in the Yang family was Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping had long noticed that the officials were targeting Heir Zhang, but she did not stop them. She wanted to use the officials to test the queen's attitude and tolerance. If the officials succeeded in attacking Heir Zhang, it would be good, but if they failed, it would not hurt the queen's strength. But how could it be so easy to stay out of the politics? She was implicated because of Second Zhang. After Heir Zhang received a hint from Wu Zetian, he fearlessly accused Wei Yuanzhong of treason. Zhang Yizhi had an idea and added the Minister of Rights, Gao Jian, as Wei Yuanzhong's accomplice, and Gao Jian was Princess Taiping's disciple. Princess Taiping had been expanding her power ever since she opened the government, and Heir Zhang was also rapidly expanding his power. In order to compete for some official positions, the two sides inevitably had some friction. Princess Taiping was not as tolerant of Heir Zhang as Wan'er was, so the two sides had long had a grudge against each other. Moreover, Heir Zhang knew that the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang had always been timid. Only Princess Taiping was the mainstay of Li Tang's royal family. Only by bringing her down could the threat from Li Tang's faction disappear completely. Therefore, they classified Gao Jian as Wei Yuanzhong's accomplice. As long as Gao Jian was convicted, they could launch another wave of attacks and point their spears at the Crown Prince and Princess Taiping. Wu Zetian had never paid attention to this Minister of Rights, who did not have much power. When she saw Gao Jian's name, she really thought that he was Wei Yuanzhong's accomplice, so she ordered him to be arrested. This made Princess Taiping furious. If she could not protect Gao Jian, it would inevitably affect her expanding power. How could she stay out of it? Therefore, Princess Taiping became the biggest supporter and planner of the officials' counterattack against Heir Zhang. As soon as she heard that Wei Yuanzhong had been arrested, Princess Taiping immediately sent her people to remonstrate. At the same time, she went to find her two brothers to discuss countermeasures. As long as the two brothers stood out and made a stand, the forces loyal to them would certainly go all out. At that time, even someone as powerful as Wu Zetian might not dare to form such a serious opposition between the monarch and the subject. She was already too old, and what she needed most now was a smooth transition. At that time, the only choice was to hold Wei Yuanzhong's case high and let it go gently. Gao Jian could naturally be safe. Who would have thought that Crown Prince Li Xian had long been scared out of his wits by his mother, not daring to show his face. Furthermore, he believed that he was already the Crown Prince, and the Wu clan had already given up on competing for the Crown Prince's position. No matter what Second Zhang did, it was impossible for him to become the emperor. There was nothing for him to be anxious about. As long as he waited patiently for a few years, he would definitely become the emperor. Because of this, not only was Li Xian unwilling to stand up for Princess Taiping, but Princess Taiping's words made him anxious, and he even complained about Wei Yuanzhong. He complained that Wei Yuanzhong was making trouble out of nothing, and that he deserved to be taught a lesson. Princess Taiping was extremely disappointed in this irresponsible brother of hers. Helpless, she went to the Prince of Xiang. The Prince of Xiang was a bit more hot-blooded than the Crown Prince, but this matter had nothing to do with him. If this matter could really implicate the Crown Prince, it might even be a good thing for him. If the Crown Prince himself was not going to stand up for him, why should he meddle? Princess Taiping had been rebuffed twice by her two brothers, and she was truly disheartened. But she did not want to give up just like that. She could only continue to mobilize the forces of her faction to rescue Wei Yuanzhong and Gao Jian. As for uniting all the forces that could be united to resist Second Zhang, that was not even a possibility. The greatest forces that could be united were the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang. If the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang were unwilling to stand up, the Crown Prince's faction and the Prince of Xiang's faction could not work together. Besides Princess Taiping's people, only those ministers who belonged to the Crown Prince's faction and had a personal relationship with Wei Yuanzhong could stand up. The only force that Princess Taiping could contact was King Liang, but would King Liang stand up for them? The answer to this question was obvious, so Princess Taiping did not even try to contact Wu Sanxi. While she was at her wits' end and mentally exhausted, Princess Taiping came to Yang Fan's house. Taiping had no idea that Yang Fan controlled an extremely powerful political force. Although the main body of this force was made up of noble clans and scholars, it could exert enormous influence over the political arena through countless connections. She was just weak and powerless, so she instinctively wanted to find a shred of comfort from her lover. At this moment, in Fengchen prison, the Zhang brothers were nervously discussing countermeasures. They had not foreseen such an intense backlash from the ministers. If they had known that the ministers would react so fiercely, perhaps they would not have listed Gao Jian as an accomplice in the rebellion. But now Wei Yuanzhong and Gao Jian had completely denied all the charges that had been imposed on them. The three law divisions no longer had ruthless officials like Zhou Xing, Lai Junchen, or Sua Yuanli. The majority of the officials of the three law divisions were loyal to Li Tang. They would not use torture to extort a confession, and they even tacitly allowed the jailers to communicate with Wei Yuanzhong and Gao Jian. When Wei Yuanzhong and Gao Jian knew that the ministers were rushing to rescue them, their attitude in prison became even more resolute. Wu Zetian ordered the three law divisions to interrogate them several times, but they did not get a single confession from them. Wei Yuanzhong even turned the tables and invoked the old precedent of when Wu Zetian summoned Di Renjie and the other 6 ministers, who had been framed by Lai Junchen, in front of the emperor, and asked for a confrontation with the second Zhang in front of the emperor. What a coincidence! Song Jing and the other ministers also remonstrated at this time, asking for a confrontation in court to determine the truth. Wu Zetian had no choice but to agree to a confrontation between the accused and the accused in court to determine whether Wei Yuanzhong and Gao Jian were guilty or not. As her body aged and her energy declined, Wu Zetian's control over the court was indeed getting weaker and weaker. If it were 10 years ago, she would not have been forced into such a difficult situation by the ministers. After leaving the court, Wu Zetian immediately told the second Zhang about this matter. They were the ones who made up the accusation, so they naturally had to provide evidence. As soon as Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong heard this, they panicked. Their accusation of rebellion was fabricated. If they really wanted to fight, they would not have any real evidence. The two of them had a secret discussion. Zhang Yizhi said, "We must find a witness. With a confession and a witness, we can convict them." Zhang Changzong breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This matter is easy to handle. I'll let Ma Han come forward as a witness. Tell him to stick to Wei Yuanzhong and Gao Jian and say that he heard them say those treacherous words with his own ears." Zhang Yizhi angrily glared at him and said, "Fool! Ma Han is our Fengchen supervisor's man. If we let our man come forward as a witness, do you think the people of the world will be convinced?" Zhang Changzong rubbed his chin and said hesitantly, "How about we bribe him with money? There are a lot of ruffians in the streets. As long as we can afford it, they will definitely." Zhang Yizhi interrupted him again and said, "A ruffian unexpectedly heard what the Prime Minister said? Is that possible?" Zhang Changzong stared at him and said, "This won't do, that won't do. What do you think we should do?" Zhang Yizhi was silent for half a day before he resolutely said, "Zhang Shua. We'll let Zhang Shua come forward." Zhang Changzong was startled and asked in surprise, "Zhang Shua, will he be willing?" Zhang Shua was currently an official in the Phoenix Pavilion. Zhang Shua had already passed the imperial examinations at a young age. During the court examinations, his answers were ranked first by Wu Zetian. He was a famous scholar in the world. This person had a friendly relationship with Gao Jian. Zhang Changzong could not help but feel a little hesitant to ask him to testify against his old friend for rebellion. But Zhang Yiji said, "It is precisely because Zhang Shua and Gao Jian have a good personal relationship, in addition to his outstanding reputation as an official, that if he comes forward to testify, it will be the most powerful evidence." Zhang Changzong forced a smile and said, "I know that. But will Zhang Shua be willing to be our witness?" Zhang Yiji said, "Although Zhang Shua and Gao Jian have a personal relationship, their political views have always been at odds. I am afraid they do not have a deep friendship." Zhang Changzong's expression changed. "Is there such a thing?" he hastily asked. Zhang Yiji nodded and said, "Gao Jian once wanted to introduce Zhang Shua to join him as Princess Taiping's disciple, but Zhang Shua was unwilling to agree. Later on, because there were rumors that Taiping kept Gao Jian and the others as her gigolo, Zhang Shua used this as an excuse to distance himself from Taiping. When we were compiling the Pearl of the Three Sects, Zhang Shua put in a lot of effort, so I did not treat him unfairly. Precisely because of the compilation of the Pearl of the Three Sects, he, a talent without any background or backing, was promoted to the Phoenix Pavilion's Renren. This can be considered as my kindness to him, right? Now, as long as we give him a high position and a generous salary, it is not certain that he will not be moved by us." Zhang Yiji whispered to Zhang Changzong, "You go and find him first. When the time comes, I will tempt him, and you will coerce him. Both of us will work together. If he agrees to be our witness, he can choose a high position and a generous salary. If he does not agree, then we will cut off his future. I am not afraid that he will not obediently submit." Zhang Changzong repeatedly nodded and immediately left Fengchen prison to personally invite Zhang Shua. Yang Fan learned that the current prime minister had been arrested. This was a major event that had not happened in recent years. Yang Fan hurriedly entered the palace to find out the details. With his identity as the Thousand Horsemen General, it was more convenient for him to enter and exit the palace than the imperial family. Very quickly, he obtained first-hand information from one. Yang Fan came out of the palace and had just returned to his mansion when Emo Xuanfei came up to him and whispered, "Ah Lang, Princess Taiping is here." Emo Xuanfei knew the ambiguous relationship between his master and Princess Taiping, so he spoke very softly. Yang Fan was startled and asked in a low voice, "Where is she?" Emo Xuanfei pointed to the flourishing flowers and plant. Yang Fan understood and turned around to climb up the short mountain. In a red pentagonal pavilion, Xiao Man was sitting and chatting with Taiping. The pavilion was lush with foliage, and strange flowers as big as the mouth of a bowl hung heavily beside them. The two women were even more beautiful than the flowers. Seeing Yang Fan walking along the small path, Xiao Man immediately stood up and called out in a sweet voice, "Lang Jun." Yang Fan nodded to her and smiled at Taiping. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Highness is here." Xiao Man smiled at him and said softly, "Lang Jun, accompany your Highness for a while. I will go and prepare the food and wine." Xiao Man excused herself to Taiping and left. Yang Fan sat down on the seat she had just sat on. Seeing Taiping's unhappy expression, he smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy because Gao Jian was arrested?" Taiping hatefully said, "You have to look at the owner before beating the dog. Second Zhang is clearly targeting me. I will definitely not let this matter rest." Yang Fan sighed and said, "Speaking of which, Prime Minister Wei's character is too straightforward. Since the impeachment against Second Zhang is invalid, the Emperor's intention to protect him is obvious. He should endure it for the time being. Why show his hatred towards Second Zhang so clearly? If they were willing to feign civility, why would Second Zhang take the risk out of desperation? Now, Second Zhang only lost a clown, but they have suffered a great loss. It is really unwise." Taiping rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, "What are you saying? If I did not know your character, I would have thought that you are on second Zhang's side. Yang Fan smiled and comforted her. All right, all right. Things have come to this point. It is useless for you to be angry. It is better to look at the long term. Taiping said in a fit of pique, My hair is long but my knowledge is short. I cannot see the long term. Speaking to this point, she suddenly sensed that there was a hidden meaning in Yang Fan's word. She could not help but raise her eyes in surprise and said, See the long term? What do you mean by that? Yang Fan had already found out after entering the palace that the person who wanted to kill one to warn 100 was Wu Zetian herself. Second Zhang was only an executor. How would they fight this lawsuit? Yang Fan said, Do you think anyone would dare to casually frame others for rebellion? At the beginning, Zhou Xing, So Yuanli and the others dared to use this as a reason to eradicate the ministers. That was because the emperor also needed them to do so. As for Lai Junchen, he is a mad dog. He cannot be speculated with common sense. Do you think Second Zhang is as mad as Lai Junchen? Princess Taiping was very intelligent. Although Yang Fan said it vaguely, Princess Taiping understood immediately. She could not help but cry out, Are you saying that this matter was incited by Queen Mother? Yang Fan sighed softly. He did not say yes or no. He only said in a low voice, Second Zhang came prepared this time. It will be very difficult for you to save Gao Jian. Princess Taiping bit her lip and said, Even if it is difficult, I have to do it. How can I sit back and do nothing? Yang Fan said, A strong man must loosen his wrist. When it is time to let go, you must let go. Otherwise, when you should have a finger, you will lose your arm. This is a matter that even a wise man would not do. Lingyue, for a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too late. If you endure for a moment, you will have a more powerful counterattack in the future. Princess Taiping turned away and did not say anything. Yang Fan did not say anything more. He only wanted her to think about it. Who knew that after a while, he could faintly hear sobbing. Yang Fan quickly stood up and walked to her side. He saw Taiping with tears in her eyes. He could not help but ask in panic, Lingyue, what are you doing? Taiping said in a sobbing voice, People bully me. You do not stand up for your woman. You only know how to persuade me to give up. You stinky men only know how to protect yourselves. Don't tell me that I, a woman, should worry about this world? Yang Fan was surprised. You? Taiping angrily struggled away from his shoulder and said, My 2 elder brothers are like this. You are also like this. You are all cowards. Yang Fan suddenly understood. He gently hugged her shoulder and said with sincerity, If I could help you, do you think I would not do it? This matter has indeed hurt you. But the official career is dangerous. How can it be smooth sailing? If there are those who do not have strong willpower, because of a small setback, they will abandon you and seek a better career elsewhere. Even if you win them over, how can you put them in an important position? Taiping angrily asked, Then I will just endure it? Yang Fan said, Endure it? Endure for a moment, only then can you achieve long-term success. Looking at it now, ordinary crimes will not be able to do anything to them. Only by giving them a taste of their own medicine will there be a chance of success. Before that, you must endure it. Even if Taiping was exceptionally talented, proud and arrogant, in front of Yang Fan, she had to bow down and act like a small child. Listening to Yang Fan's words, Taiping thought it over and over again. After hesitating for a long time, she finally nodded her head in grievance. Chapter 1073. Zhang Shua came out of the Fengchen prison with a heavy heart. He didn't even see the deputy imperial censor Song Jing walking toward him. Song Jing felt strange and took the initiative to greet him. Zhang Shua seemed to wake up from a dream. He quickly stood still and saluted Song Jing. Song Jing saw that he was in a trance and said, Daoji, are you not feeling well? Why do you look so pale? Zhang Shua forced a smile and said, Thank you for asking, Deputy Imperial Censor. Zhang Shuo is fine. It's just a little uncomfortable. Zhang Shuo was not in the mood to talk. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Song Jing, he cupped his hands in obeisance and left. Song Jing looked at his back and shook his head in confusion. Zhang Shuo was the main contributor to the compilation of the Pearl of the Three Schools. As such, he had established a close relationship with the second Zhang, even though it was mainly for official business. Zhang Changzong's personal invitation surprised Zhang Shuo. He didn't expect the second Zhang to have such a purpose. From the bottom of his heart, Zhang Shuo didn't want to be a despicable person, but he didn't know how to deal with the powerful second Zhang's threats and temptations. Zhang Shuo didn't have a strong family background. His father had only been the Hongdong County magistrate. His achievements today were entirely due to his outstanding talent and hard work. He was only in his early 30s, but he was already a Fungarenren. His future could be said to be very promising. This was also the reason why Zhang Shuo didn't want to form a faction or accept the recommendation of his good friend Gao Jian to join the Taiping sect. He was a cautious person and didn't want to join any faction in today's complicated and unclear situation. As long as he did his part, no matter who ascended the throne, he would be put in an important position because of his good official reputation, outstanding talent, and a clean political background. But the tree longed for peace, but the wind would not stop. In the end, this storm still affected him. Zhang Yizhi promised him great benefit. As long as he agreed to be a witness, he would be guaranteed a position as an assistant minister. As long as he first became an assistant minister with real power in the 6 ministries, he would have the opportunity to be promoted to prime minister. Although Zhang Shuo had always been very confident in his official career, he didn't dare to have too many extravagant hopes for his ultimate goal of becoming prime minister. In his estimation, even if his official career went smoothly, he would only become prime minister when he was 60 years old. He still had to struggle for at least another 30 years. Zhang Yizhi's promise shortened the time by 20 years. This condition was indeed tempting, but if it was just an enticement, it wouldn't be enough to move Zhang Shuo. Zhang Shuo didn't want to carry a stain that he would never be able to wash away. However, Zhang Changzong also threatened him at the same time. If he refused to comply, he would be banished to Lingnan and spend the rest of his life as a county magistrate. Based on how much the Empress doted on them, Zhang Shuo believed that they would do what they said. Zhang Shuo was unwilling to join any faction, which indeed made his position extraordinary. It was precisely because of this reason that he had no backing. Second Zhang could praise him to the heavens, but he could also stomp him down to hell. It was precisely because of this threat that Zhang Shuo agreed to testify for the 2 Zhangs through both carrot and stick. But as soon as he left Fengchen prison, Zhang Shuo came to his senses. The Confucian education he had received since he was young and the teachings of a gentleman did not allow him to do such immoral things. Moreover, he was not optimistic about Second Zhang's future. If he were to be tied to Second Zhang's chariot from now on, however, if he didn't agree to their request, he wouldn't be able to pass this hurdle. Zhang Shuo's stomach was knotted with worry and he truly found it difficult to choose. No one knew of his secret discussion with Second Zhang, and Zhang Shuo wasn't willing to discuss it with anyone. He returned home with a heavy heart. After thinking it over, he didn't get a wink of sleep the entire night. There was no morning court session the next day. Wu Zetian summoned the Crown Prince, the Prince of Xiang, Prince Liang, and the other prime ministers to the Chongqing courtyard as witnesses, to have the original and defendant confront each other in court. All the civil and military officials of the court moved upon hearing the news. Although they couldn't enter Chongqing courtyard without an imperial edict, they all gathered outside and waited with bated breath for the outcome. After entering the palace, Wei Yuanzhong and Gao Jian naturally flatly denied Second Zhang's accusations, but Second Zhang spoke with certainty. As the two sides continued to argue, Yao Chong stepped forward and said to Wu Zetian, "Your Majesty, there are no witnesses or material evidence for what second young master has said. It is not enough to convict the Prime Minister." These words should have been said by the Crown Prince, but as soon as Li Xian entered the palace, he stood there like a sick quail, his eyebrows drooping, not saying a single word. Wu Zetian indifferently said, "But we have heard that there is a crucial witness in this case, enough to prove that Yuanzhong and Gao Jian are guilty." At these words, all the officials in the palace, as well as Wei Yuanzhong and Gao Jian, were shocked. Wu Zetian raised her voice and said, "Come, summon Zhang Shuo of the Phoenix Pavilion." For a moment, the palace was in an uproar. Gao Jian's eyes were wide open, his face full of disbelief. Even now, he still couldn't believe that his close friend would come forward to testify against him. Shanghai Wan quickly gave a look to the eunuch who delivered the edict. The eunuch was Little Hai, and as Wan Er's confidant, he immediately understood. After walking out of Chongqing courtyard, Little Hai didn't raise his head or open his eyes. He only slowly announced, "The Emperor has decreed that summon Zhang Shuo of the Phoenix Pavilion to come forward to testify for Zhang Fengchen." If Little Hai had only summoned Zhang Shuo to come forward, no one would have understood why he was summoned. At the very least, they wouldn't have understood that he was going to testify for second Zhang. But as soon as Little Hai said these words, all the officials waiting outside the palace understood that the Emperor summoned Zhang Shuo to come forward to testify against Wei Yuanzhong and Gao Jian. Zhang Shuo, who had been waiting for a long time inside the palace, was brought in by two young eunuchs. After a night of psychological torture, Zhang Shuo's expression was abnormally haggard. His head drooped, he weakly walked forward. The officials whispered to each other and discussed. Suddenly, the imperial censor, Song Jing, rushed forward to block Zhang Shuo. Zhang Shuo saw a pair of feet appear in front of him. He slowly raised his head and saw that it was Song Jing. He couldn't help but be startled. Hesitantly, he cupped his hands and said, "Imperial Censor Song." Song Jing's eyes shone as he sternly said, "Daoji. A person's reputation is the most important. Even ghosts and gods can't deceive you. You must not join the evil and harm the righteous, seeking to escape. You would rather be punished and exiled than leave your name in the annals of history. If you really anger the Son of Heaven, I am willing to kowtow to the imperial court and fight to the death with you. Daoji, 1,000 years of merit and 1,000 years of sin, now it all depends on you." Hearing Song Jing's words, Zhang Shuo's expression immediately changed. Seeing this, the imperial censor Zhang Tinggui also raised his arms and shouted, "The way of the master cannot be left in a moment. If you learn the way in the morning, you can die without regrets. Brother Daoji, a single slip may cause everlasting sorrow. You must think carefully." Secretary of the Left Lu Zhiji also shouted, "Daoji, what have you learned from the books of the sages? Now is the time to sacrifice one's life for righteousness. You must not tarnish the annals of history and implicate your descendants." All the civil and military officials passionately tried to persuade Zhang Shuo. It was difficult for Zhang Shuo to take a single step, as if his legs were tied with 1,000-gene burden. Little Hai saw that everyone had persuaded enough and didn't dare to be too obvious. Putting on an impatient expression, he raised his voice to stop them. "Zhang Sharon, please hurry up and go to the palace. Don't let the Son of Heaven wait too long." Zhang Yu was already hesitant, he did not want to be that vile person. After being persuaded by the civil and military officials for a while, he felt his blood boiling. Suddenly, he made up his mind. He clenched his teeth, bowed to the civil and military officials, and resolutely walked toward the hall. Zhang Shuo walked into the main hall of the courtyard of everlasting life and bowed to Wu Zetian. "Subject Zhang Shuo greets your Imperial Majesty." Before Wu Zetian could speak, Wei Yuanzhong took a step forward and sternly shouted, "Zhang Shuo, Do you want to join hands with the two little ones to frame me, Wei Yuanzhong? Zhang Shua's expression changed. Duke Wei, he retorted in a deep voice, as the Prime Minister, how can you say such words? Brother Daoji, you really want to testify for the two little ones? Gao Jian was still in disbelief. Gao Jian knew that as long as Zhang Shua gave false testimony today, he would lose his head, so his expression was very gloomy. Gao Jian knew that if Zhang Shua gave false testimony today, he would lose his head, so his expression was very gloomy. Shut up! Zhang Changzong excitedly interrupted Gao Jian. Zhang Sharon, if you've ever heard Wei Yuanzhong and Gao Jian say anything outrageous, just say it in front of the saints, the kings, and the prime ministers. The saints will stand up for you. Zhang Shua glanced at Wei Yuanzhong and Gao Jian, who were both shocked and angry, then cupped his fists at Wu Zetian and said, Your Majesty, I, Zhang Shua, dare not lie in front of Your Majesty, all the kings, and all the prime ministers. Zhang Shua took a deep breath and steeled his resolve. He raised his voice sternly. Your subject has never heard Duke Wei and Gao Jian say such treasonous words. The two of you are forcing me to give false testimony. His words caused an uproar. Wei Yuanzhong and Gao Jian were overjoyed, but Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong were both shocked and angry. In a panic, Zhang Changzong blurted out, Saints, this Zhang Shua is Wei Yuanzhong's accomplice. The two of them conspired to rebel, so I dare not report it. Wu Zetian was furious in her heart. She secretly blamed her two little lovers for not being reliable enough. They could even find a witness to retract their testimony. It wasn't just Zhang Changzong, even she was in a difficult position. Hearing Zhang Changzong's words, she quickly found a way out of this embarrassing situation. She asked in a low voice, Do you have any evidence? Zhang Changzong was just speaking without thinking. When the emperor asked, he immediately thought of something and said excitedly, Zhang Shua advised Wei Yuanzhong to be Yi and Duke of Zhou. As everyone knows, Yi once exiled his Emperor Taijia and Duke of Zhou replaced his emperor as regent. Isn't Zhang Shua encouraging Wei Yuanzhong to rebel? Wu Zetian's face darkened. Zhang Shua, have you ever said such a thing? Zhang Shua quickly calmed down after making his choice. He glanced at Zhang Shua disdainfully and said to Wu Zetian, The Yizhi brothers are uneducated people. They only know the story of Yi and Zhou, but they don't know the truth. When Duke Wei was promoted to the third rank, officials of the third rank and above wear purple robes and are qualified to pay respects to the Prime Minister. I went to congratulate him as a minister. Duke Wei told the guests, I am ashamed to be favored without any merit. So I said, Duke Wei is not ashamed to be promoted to the third rank after taking the post of Yi and Zhou. As everyone knows, Yi and Duke of Zhou were virtuous ministers of ancient times, loyal to their subjects and respected by the world. Your Majesty appointed prime ministers and did not let them imitate Yi and Zhou, so who should they imitate? Chapter 1074. Wu Zetian was speechless at Zhang Shua's words. The Duke of Zhou did act as regent for Prince of Zhou, but that was because Prince of Zhou was young. Yin also exiled her monarch, but that was because monarchs were tyrannical. When Prince Qing turned over a new leaf, Yin returned the power to him. Of course, even if monarchs were tyrannical, it was still a treacherous act for an official to do so. But that was thousands of years ago. For thousands of years, Yin and the Duke of Zhou had long been regarded as the role models of officials by later generations, becoming virtuous ministers who left their names in history. How could Zhang Shua be convicted based on this? Since Zhang Shua had shed all pretense of cordiality with Zhang Shua, he might as well say everything and said, Your Majesty, Zhang Yizhi once promised me that as long as I testify for them, he will guarantee me the position of assistant minister and then the position of prime minister. I also understand that if I agree with Duke Wei today, once his crime is established, Zhang Shua will not be punished. But I really dare not falsely accuse you. Nonsense. You. Sage, I am wronged, I am wronged. Zhang Shua deliberately framed me in order to exonerate Wei Yuanzhong. Please uphold justice for me. Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong panicked and quickly knelt in front of Wu Zetian. At this point, they could only deny everything and did not admit to having contact with Zhang Shua in private. Yang Zixi, Su Weiwei, and the others looked at each other and chose to continue pretending to be deaf and mute. However, Yao Chong stepped forward and said loudly, Your Majesty, Heir Zhang has framed the Prime Minister. This is no small matter. I ask Your Majesty to investigate this case thoroughly. Seeing that Zhang Shua not only failed to prove Wei Yuanzhong's crime but also made Zhang Shua the suspect of framing Zhongliang, Wu Zetian was furious. She had received Zhang Shua's testimony in advance and knew that Zhang Shua had promised to testify for them. But now he had done the opposite, which made Wu Zetian extremely disgusted. Wu Zetian slammed the table and stood up, saying in a deep voice, Take Wei Yuanzhong and Gao Qi back to the prison and try them later. Yao Chong said anxiously, Your Majesty. Wu Zetian ignored him and flicked her sleeves. Zhang Shua is an important witness of this case. Take him back to the prison and wait for trial. Yao Chong said angrily, Your Majesty. Since we cannot prove Wei Yuanzhong is guilty, he should be released. Wu Zetian's face sank. Without saying a word, she turned around and left. Yao Chong's face turned ashen as he walked out of the courtyard. Standing on the stone steps, he recounted the events that transpired in the hall to the ministers. This matter immediately caused a huge uproar among the civil and military officials. The next day, during the court session, Zhu Jing, the Minister of Remonstrance and the Minister of Peace and Order, protested, Your Majesty. Wei Yuanzhong has always been known for his loyalty. Today, Zhang Shua used Zhang Shua as a witness, but Zhang Shua disproved Wei Yuanzhong's innocence. In such a situation, Your Majesty should release a loyal official. Your Majesty is still detaining Prime Minister Wei and High Temple Deputy, and even detaining Zhang Sharon, the witness. There were even people who spoke fiercely, pointing directly at Wu Zetian. At the beginning of the revolution, Her Majesty was the one who accepted admonitions. But now that she is old, she has become the one who receives flattery. Ever since Yuanzhong was imprisoned, everyone thought that His Majesty trusted the traitor and chased away the good and virtuous. Loyal officials and martyrs are grieved and kept their mouths shut. They fear the power of the brothers and it is useless for them to die. Now the taxes are heavy, the common people are suffering. In addition, the villain is tyrannical, punishment and reward are reversed. I am afraid the people will be uneasy and change will occur. They are fighting within the Vermilion Bird Gate and in front of the Daming Palace. How will His Majesty thank them? How will he defend them? Wu Zetian was enraged. She called for the palace guards and shouted angrily, Drag them out, drag them all out. The court meeting ended on bad terms. Princess Taiping was delighted and invited Yang Fan to her residence. She said to him, Erlang, this time you have made a mistake. Zhang Wei wanted to use Zhang Shua as Wei Yuanzhong's evidence but now they are confused. The civil and military officials are angry and can be used by me. I plan to go to the palace tomorrow to remonstrate with the Empress and rescue Prime Minister Wei and Minister Gao from prison. Yang Fan had won as his eyes and ears in front of the Emperor. No one understood Wu Zetian's current state of mind better than him. After Wu Zetian reported to the court, she angrily returned to the inner palace. The first thing she said was, Zhang Shua is really a villain. Despicable and hateful. Zhen is disgusted. What was a villain? Zhang Shua did not say anything bad about Wei Yuanzhong and Gao Jian before the court. How could he be a villain? Wu Zetian's unintentional words not only showed that she knew that Zhang Shua had bribed Zhang Shua to falsify his testimony, but she was also angry that Zhang Shua was telling the truth. Yang Fan saw Taiping's naivety and could not help but shake his head. Lingyue, don't get carried away. Now is not the time for you to go into battle, Princess Taiping complained. If I did not listen to you, they would have come forward earlier and perhaps they would have rescued them. Now you still want to stop them. Don't you understand the situation in the court? My two brothers have always been timid in front of the Empress. If I do not come forward, won't the loyal officials be bitterly disappointed? Yang Fan said seriously. Of course I understand the situation in the court. But what can I do even if I understand? The one who decides this matter is the Emperor. Don't you understand the Emperor's intention? Zhang Shua testified in front of everyone and the truth has been revealed. Why didn't the Emperor pardon Prime Minister Wei and Minister Gao and instead put Zhang Shua in prison? If you rashly come forward and anger the Emperor, won't you lose more than you gain if the Emperor deprives you of your right to open a government office? In the past, Go Jian suffered hardships and committed all kinds of despicable acts. But the Yu officials and subordinates did not leave him in disgust. What are you worried about? Or are you too passionate about power and don't want to give up this opportunity to win the hearts of the people? Princess Taiping's expression suddenly changed. Yang Fan sighed and gently embraced her body. He stroked her hair and said softly, As the commander-in-chief of the three armies, how can I easily take risks and charge and break through enemy lines? How about this? Wait for 3 more days. If the Emperor still hasn't made a decision in 3 days, you will come forward and plead for Prime Minister Wei, Minister Gao, and Zhang Sharon. If the Emperor makes a decision that is disadvantageous to Prime Minister Wei, I promise you that I will conspire with you. Princess Taiping thought for a long time before lightly nodding her head. Wu Zetian flew into a rage in the imperial court, throwing several officials who had remonstrated out of the hall. But the officials did not stop there. As soon as she returned to the rear palace, memorials from the officials arrived, each one more intense than the last. Wu Zetian's disregard for the law had thoroughly infuriated these officials. Many of the officials from the Crown Prince's faction and the Prince of Xiang's faction had no personal relationship with Wei Yuanzhong, Zhang Shua, or Gao Jian, nor had they received any orders from the Crown Prince or the Prince of Xiang. Thus, they had always remained uninvolved, but now they angrily joined the ranks of remonstrators. This was not only because of their obsession with justice, but also because of the sorrow of a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. The elderly Wu Zetian had an abnormally stubborn personality. She turned a deaf ear to the avalanche of petitions from the officials, only issuing an edict ordering the Prince of Hanoi, Wu Yizong, and the Prime Ministers to investigate this case together. Wu Yizong was one of the most ruthless officials after Zhou Xing, Lai Junqian, Sui Yuanli, and Qiu Shinji. Wu Zetian hoped that he could make a breakthrough and obtain testimony favorable to Zhang. However, Zhang Changzong's slander had caused the deaths of the Crown Prince's son and daughter, as well as Wu Qingxi's eldest son, and had even caused the seriously ill Wu Qingxi to vomit blood and die. This matter caused the other members of the Wu and Li clans to empathize with it, and they all felt a common hatred for Zhang. Although Wu Yizong understood his aunt's intentions, he was also unwilling to assist Zhang in his abuse. Even the chief judge was a bystander, so the hearing naturally yielded no results. The remonstrations of the officials only grew more and more intense. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, Wu Zetian brazenly bypassed the 3 departments of justice, ignoring the lack of witnesses or material evidence, and directly issued an edict to interfere in the administration of justice. Wu Zetian accused Wei Yuanzhong of speaking insolently and deceiving the sovereign and offending his superiors and demoted him to Gaoyao Commandant, in modern Gaoyao County, Guangdong. As for Gao Jian and Zhang Shua, they were exiled to the south as Wei Yuanzhong's accomplices. Shanghai Wanner had served at Wu Zetian's side since she was 14. The most glorious 20 years of Wu Zetian's life were her last 10 years as Empress Dowager and her first 10 years as Emperor. In these 20 years, Wanner had always been by her side and understood her best. Now that Wu Zetian had issued such an edict, even Shanghai Wanner, who knew her well, was shocked. After finding a chance to tell Yang Fan of this edict that had not yet been officially announced, Wanner sighed softly. She said to Yang Fan emotionally, "Her Majesty has changed." Yang Fan looked at her. Wanner faintly said, "In the past, no matter what Her Majesty wanted to do, even if she knew that she had wronged you, or even wanted to wrong you, in terms of the law, she would always act flawlessly. But this time, Her Majesty made a decision that went completely against the law. This is the first time in Her Majesty's life that she has publicly broken the law." Yang Fan was silent for a while and then sighed. When a person is too old, not only will their body age and their energy be depleted, but their intelligence and thinking will also be affected. What is even worse is that many old people's temperaments will change greatly. They will become irritable and stubborn. If this person is only the head of a family, or if it is just a son being scolded a few more times, if this person is the ruler of a country. A smile slowly appeared on Yang Fan's face as he softly said, "But this is not necessarily a bad thing for us." This time, Her Majesty was unable to use the three-law division to convict Wei Yuanzhong. She could only bypass the three-law division and use the imperial power to suppress him. This means her control over the court is becoming smaller and smaller. Yang Fan raised his eyes to look at the dusky sky and leisurely said, "The sun rises, but there will be a time when it sets. This sun is about to set." As soon as Yang Fan came out of the Black Tortoise Gate, Ren Wei pursed his lips at him. Yang Fan raised his head and saw a jadeite oil cleansing carriage parked quietly on the opposite side of the wide street. It was bathed in the setting sun. Yang Fan saw the 4 tall and round female sumo wrestlers standing on the left and right sides of the carriage. He knew whose carriage it was and slowly walked over. Yang Fan slowly walked to the front of the carriage. The door silently opened. Yang Fan very naturally stepped onto the carriage. The door closed behind him, and the carriage began to move out. Princess Taiping's bodyguards surrounded the carriage, while Ren Wei and the other Yang residents' bodyguards stayed far behind. Princess Taiping looked at Yang Fan and said with a gloomy face, "Erlang, you are right." Yang Fan silently sighed. Princess Taiping was silent for a while. She slowly raised her head and looked at him with hopeful eyes. She said in a low voice, "You said, you will help me." Yang Fan nodded and softly said, "I will help you." Receiving Yang Fan's promise, Princess Taiping's eyes suddenly overflowed with crystal-clear tears. She suddenly threw herself into Yang Fan's arms and hugged him tightly. Yang Fan gently stroked her smooth neck. Princess Taiping leaned on his broad and strong shoulder, feeling his love. Tears gently rolled down from the corner of her eyes. Since her mother acquiesced in her involvement in politics, her authority was heavier than before. Naturally, the pressure was also heavier than before. On one hand, she couldn't steal the limelight from her brother. On the other hand, she had to work hard to bear the responsibility that should have been borne by the crown prince. It was really difficult, like walking on thin ice. There was no one to share her burden. Her 2 brothers' timid actions had disappointed her again and again, but she had to do her utmost to assist her brother. This bound her hands and feet, and she often felt powerless. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this political crisis was Second Zhang's counterattack against Li Tang's forces. His true target was the crown prince, but the crown prince was so short-sighted that he was not willing to make the slightest effort for his loyal and devoted subordinates. Moreover, the Prince of Xiang was wise to his own safety and stayed out of the matter. Princess Taiping was both tired and sad. Great Sir Mo sat upright on his horse, following Princess Taiping's carriage. He knew that in this political crisis, Crown Prince Li Xian and Prince of Xiang Li Dan's performance had greatly disappointed Princess Taiping, but wasn't this what he wanted? Great Sir Mo indifferently raised his head to look at the palace's overhanging eaves bathed in the setting sun. The sunset on the horizon reflected in his eyes. His eyes flickered with light, but there was not a shred of warmth. Chapter 1075. Wei Yuanzhong was the prime minister of the current dynasty. He was more than 70 years old, but he was sent away again. This time he was sent to a place even further away, to Guangdong. If it was a little further, he would be in Jiaoji. Wei Yuanzhong was dressed in plain clothes. He bade farewell to the emperor in the Golden Hall and angrily said in a loud voice, "I am old, today I am going to Lingnan, 10 out of 10 I will die. I am afraid I will not be able to see your majesty again. There will be a time when your majesty will miss me." Wu Zetian's anger had not subsided. Hearing him say that, she was somewhat curious. She laughed coldly and said, "Why will I miss you?" Wei Yuanzhong's white beard fluttered. He pointed to Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, who were standing next to Wu Zetian, and shouted loudly, "These two children, in the future they will become the root of His Majesty's disaster. At that time, His Majesty will think of this old official's benefits." Wu Zetian's countenance changed. Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong were accused by Wei Yuanzhong in court as treacherous officials. They hastily prostrated themselves and cried out that they were wronged. Wei Yuanzhong looked at their ugly faces and was unable to restrain his anger. He cupped his hands to Wu Zetian, waved his big sleeve, and walked out of the main hall. The civil and military officials in the hall unexpectedly bowed deeply to him without prior agreement. Someone even said in a low voice, "Duke Wei, take care. Duke Wei, have a pleasant journey." The people in the Golden Hall were all the officials of the monarch. Regardless of their positions, they did not need to salute each other when they saw each other. Strictly speaking, in front of the emperor, officials should not use honorifics when addressing each other, nor should they address each other by their official positions, but by their full names. But at this moment the officials in front of the emperor were solemnly saluting Wei Yuanzhong, even saying, "Duke Wei, take care." It was clear that they were extremely dissatisfied with the emperor, and were using this as an excuse to vent their anger. Wu Zetian saw the reaction of the officials in her eyes. She was secretly vigilant. She suddenly felt that she had become a lonely person. Wu Zetian was in a trance. She suddenly remembered Zhou Xing, Su Yuanli, Lai Junchen, Qiu Shenji, and the others who had been executed one after another. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, "They are the ones who are truly loyal to me." If they were still here, would the ministers dare to be so arrogant? However, it was useless to think about this at this time. Wu Zetian also knew that she didn't have much time left. She didn't have the time to cultivate a few capable watchdogs. Moreover, the courtiers gradually became bolder. It was not only because she had lost her powerful lackeys by her side, but more importantly, it was because of her declining age. Her aging was unstoppable. No one would believe that an old woman in her 80s could sit on the throne for another 8 to 10 years. Even those who had attached themselves to her in the past were now looking for a way out and a new backer, let alone those who feigned civility and sincerity and wholeheartedly focused on restoring Li Tang's throne. Thinking of this, Wu Zetian looked at the officials in the hall, and a wave of disgust rose in her heart. "Sage, I have been wronged, I have been wronged." Suddenly there was a burst of wailing. Wu Zetian took a closer look, and saw that Zhang was still crying in front of the table. As soon as Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong wailed, Wu Zetian should have woken them up. However, Wu Zetian was indeed a little old. At this time, she was actually absent-minded, reminiscing the days when the 4 ruthless officials were in court. Zhang had no choice but to continue wailing. Hearing the wailing, Wu Zetian looked down and saw Zhang kneeling in front of her, thumping his chest and stamping his feet. She couldn't help but feel a touch of warmth in her heart. She suddenly felt that she was not lonely. At least she still had these 2 little lovers. Not only did they live with her day and night, they were affectionate and intimate, they also never went against her in politics. Wu Zetian said softly, "Wei Yuanzhong has already left. Please get up. Don't be afraid. How can I believe his slanderous words?" When a person is old, they will show some similarities to a child. Even though Wu Zetian was already an old woman and her need for sex was very little, Her dependence on Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong was getting heavier and heavier. Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong no longer needed to wait on the bed to serve that old woman whose skin was loose and flesh was emitting the smell of old age. They just needed to accompany her and comfort her. It was easier for Zhang's heart to accept this. Wu Zetian felt their affection and was even more reluctant to leave them for even a moment. Sometimes they would sit together and tell childish and ridiculous folktales. Wan was surprised to find that these little stories, which even she disdained to listen to, could actually make Wu Zetian laugh out loud, a laugh that came from the bottom of her heart. Sometimes, Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong would tell her some interesting stories that happened among the people. Wu Zetian listened with great interest. She often told Zhang about some of her childhood. Even though she often forgot some things now, the memories of her childhood were inexplicably clear. She talked about it over and over again. Even Wan was familiar with every story of her childhood, not to mention Zhang, who stayed by her side every day. But Zhang still pretended to be interested. Every time, he listened very carefully, as if it was the first time he heard these stories from her. For Wu Zetian, it was indeed the first time she told these stories. She could not remember if she had told it to Zhang yesterday, or even just now. As she talked, she would nestle in Zhang Yizhi's or Zhang Changzong's arms and fall asleep. She looked very peaceful in her sleep, just like a child. Wan had a stronger and stronger feeling that what Lang Jun said was right. The sun was about to set. Wei Yuanzhong, Gao Jian, and Zhang Shuo were banished to Lingnan, but the anger of the officials did not stop. The Du family of Fanchuan had always regarded Zhang as the murderer who killed Du Wentian. They spared no effort to contact him. Through the huge connections and financial resources of the aristocratic families, they united all forces and persistently found trouble for Zhang. Impeachment memorials were constantly sent to the emperor. Wu Zetian showed an attitude that she had never shown before, ignoring them. She completely ignored Zhang's various crimes mentioned in the memorial, but she also did not punish those who impeached Zhang and challenged her authority. It was not that she did not want to, but because she had already lost her exuberant energy. The aging of her body made her naturally choose this kind of reaction that should not have appeared in someone as strong as her. In the beginning, Zhang Yizhi was a little nervous when faced with all kinds of impeachment. But seeing that Wu Zetian was calm, Zhang Yizhi gradually developed the habit of ignoring it. He just quietly remembered the names of each impeachment, endured it, and waited for the opportunity to fight back. Wu Zetian admired Zhang Yizhi's indifference. One day, she smiled and said to Zhang Yizhi, "A gentleman is magnanimous." Facing the provocation and impeachment of the officials, Wulong can be indifferent. "You are worthy of the name of a gentleman." Zhang Yizhi humbly and ingratiatingly said, "I do not dare to be called a gentleman. It is only because I know that the sage will protect us, so I feel at ease." Zhang Changzong said, "The officials are not willing to forgive us. I am very depressed. My brother and I have never done evil to anyone. Why can't they tolerate us?" Because in the eyes of the officials, an emperor can only be a good emperor if he becomes a high and lonely person. Wu Zetian replied with a smile, "They are not targeting you. Anyone who is favored by me will become their enemy. But they can't tolerate you. I can tolerate you. What can they do?" Wu Zetian said childish words and did something childish at the same time. She took a memorial to impeach Zhang Yizhi and tore it into pieces. She scattered it on the ground like a fairy scattering flowers. As an emperor, he could not tear up the memorial of the officials because it was a symbol of a fatuous ruler. Even if the emperor was impatient to see a memorial, he had to file it and store it to show that he was accepting the admonishment. She had already grasped the power of the world's supreme ruler. Wu Zetian, who only cared about the reputation behind her, seemed to have abandoned her reputation like a pair of worn-out shoes. The house attendant faithfully recorded this incident. Wu Zetian looked at him and smiled faintly. Her smile was full of mockery and disdain. Her expression was not directed at the house attendant, but at the entire court. She used this almost childish action to vent her dissatisfaction. Wan gave Little Hai a look. Little Hai waved his horsetail whisk, and a few eunuchs tiptoed over. They knelt on the ground and picked up the scattered pieces, hoping to piece them back together. Wu Zetian did not stop them. She only smiled disdainfully. She snuggled into Zhang Yiji's arms and fell asleep. Not every official had a far-sighted vision, and not every official could uphold the path of a sage. The emperor's unusual trust in heir Zhang still made some officials wag their tails to express their goodwill and submit to heir Zhang like flies chasing after smelly, like they wanted to serve under him. Among them, there were a few who held real power. For example, Assistant Minister of the Summer Palace, Wei Chengqing, Assistant Minister of the Phoenix Pavilion, Chui Shenqing. They were only one step away from becoming prime ministers. They hoped to smoothly enter the political affairs hall with the help of Zhang Yiji's power. Among the prime ministers of the political affairs hall, Yang Zixi, Su Weiwei, and others always flirted with Zhang Yiji. Since Wei Yuanzhong was demoted, Yao Chong had been alone. In order to keep his position as prime minister and prevent the anti-Zhang forces from losing the last seat in the political affairs hall, Yao Chong had to change his way of doing things. At least on the surface, he began to get close to Zhang Yiji. This made Zhang Yiji's reputation even more arrogant. Wu Zetian was also constantly strengthening the power of the second Zhang. Zhang Changzong not only held the title of Duke Yi and the civil position of Minister Fengqian, but also held the position of General Yunhui. He held the position of Lieutenant General of the Left 1,000 Ox Guards and controlled an army. Zhang Yiji, in addition to the power of Duke and Commander of Fengqian, also held the position of Vice Minister of Defense. He was in charge of the arsenal, weapons, and the 3 departments guarding the palace. The two of them not only held a certain amount of military power, but more importantly, they had begun to handle a large number of government affairs on behalf of Wu Zetian. 70 to 80% of the replies to the memorials actually came from the two of them. The emperor's neglect of government and authorization of Zhang Yiji not only angered the ministers who were enraged by Wei Yuanzhong's demotion, but also the crown prince, the Prince of Xiang, and the representative of the Wu clan, Wu Sanxi, felt deeply uneasy. As the vanguard of the rebellion against Zhang Yiji, Princess Taiping was naturally even more nervous. Don't worry, on the bank of the Wei River, Yang Fan held a fishing pole and watched the fish float gently tremble on the clear water. He said to Princess Taiping, who was wearing a light headpiece and sitting next to him, also holding a fishing pole, I have already begun to make arrangements. If other crimes can't bring them down, then I will put the crime of rebellion on them. I don't believe they will still not fall. At this time, Princess Taiping came to her senses. She sighed worriedly and said, seeing how much Mother dotes on them, I worry that even if I put the crime of rebellion on them, it won't be able to bring them down. At that time, what should I do? Yang Fan suddenly lifted his fishing pole, and a lively crucian carp jumped out of the water and struggled to jump in the grass. Chapter 1076. Princess Taiping trusted Yang Fan's promise unconditionally. Although she did not know that Yang Fan had great power, she believed in Yang Fan's wisdom and his steadiness in handling matters. For so many years, Yang Fan had traveled far and wide, and had indeed accomplished several great things. He had always been courageous, resourceful, and experienced in handling matters. Since he said that he was already preparing, Princess Taiping restrained her temper. Yang Fan had indeed started to lay out the plan. He had used similar methods in the past. Although the purpose of the matter was different, the specific methods were also different, but the basic pattern was the same: deceiving people to make mistakes. This trick was like some of the tricks used by officials in the officialdom. After hundreds of thousands of years, there were actually only a few tricks. but when dealing with superiors and colleagues, it would always be effective. Yang Fan found out that Zhang Changzong's mother, Lady Lu, worshipped Taoism, so he sent a man named Li Hongtai to disguise himself as a Taoist priest. He first went to the Taoist temple that Lady Lu often went to, and when Lady Lu came to offer incense, he took the opportunity to approach her. As soon as they met, Li Hongtai pretended to be surprised and called Lady Lu as a noble person. Lady Lu was naturally curious. She originally believed in ghosts and gods. When she asked this Taoist priest, everything was strangely accurate. This Lady Lu immediately regarded this Taoist priest as a living immortal. With all kinds of information about the Zhang family that Yang Fan had inquired about in advance, plus Li Hongtai was good at reading people's expressions and had a silver tongue, it was naturally easy to fool a woman like Lady Lu. Lady Lu believed in Taoist priestly, so she had to spread the news to her close friends and relatives. Soon, even Zhang Yiji's mother, Lady Azang, also became his believer. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji were very filial. Every few days, they would leave the palace to visit their mother. Mrs. Lu only had one son. She also knew some news about her son's impeachment. Now that there was such a living God around, Mrs. Lu naturally wanted her son to meet him and ask the living God to give him some advice. Zhang Changzong didn't really believe it at first, but Li Hongtai's divination for Zhang Changzong was all accurate. Many of the things that had happened in the palace, some of which had happened the day before and could not have spread to the outside world so quickly, were all clearly known to Li Hongtai. Furthermore, the things that Li Hongtai predicted would happen to Zhang Changzong 9 times out of 10. Zhang Changzong's attitude naturally changed greatly. He regarded Li Hongtai as a highly skilled jinren. Li Hongtai skillfully used some tricks to create a camouflage spell to fool the mother and son. As for physiognomy, there was Wanner in the palace, and outside the palace, there were Xian Zong's people spying and cooperating. Naturally, Taoist Li's physiognomy was not unreliable. Gradually, Zhang Changzong revered this Taoist Li like a god. Once he left the palace, he would definitely bring him with him. In the autumn of that year, Mosh released Wu Yanxiu. Mosh had detained Wu Yanxiu in the hopes that she would be a rare commodity, but in the end, Wu Yanxiu had not been of any use. Especially after Wu Qingxi died, no one cared about his son, who had been detained on the grasslands. Mosh fed and drank well to raise such a piece of trash, but he had no effect on the Zhou dynasty. After Wu Zetian moved the capital to Chang'an, he successfully defeated the combined attack of the Tubo and Turks. At present, the Tubo king was young, the princes had not given up on their evil intentions, and the Tubo was in constant internal strife. They had no time to pay attention to the outside. After Wuzheil became the Turkic cavalry Shirhan, he continued to cause trouble behind Moshe's back. Moshe could no longer rely on his mobile troops to deal with Wuzheil's harassment. Under these circumstances, he was powerless to expand into the Central Plains. Moshe adjusted his strategy in time and decided to use the power of the entire country to expand westward. As a result, even though the marriage did not succeed, Moshe still took the initiative to form an alliance with the Zhou dynasty. Both sides stopped fighting and mobilized a large number of troops from the southern borders to march westward. And under this background, Wu Yanxiu was released back to the country. Since ancient times, whenever there was a marriage between the Zhou dynasty and the Turks, it was the groom, Wu Yanxiu, who personally escorted the bride to the court of the Turkic Khaganate. This was a first in the history of marriage. In the end, this grandnephew of Wu Zetian was detained by Moshe. Wu Zetian bowed and smiled, but was still slapped. It was truly a loss of face. Now that Wu Yanxiu had returned, it was equivalent to reminding others of the humiliation the empress had once suffered. Naturally, Wu Zetian was not happy with the appearance of this grandnephew. As a result, in the name of betraying the emperor's grace, he demoted this grandnephew who had been wandering in a foreign land for 6 years. Before Wu Yanxiu went to the Turks to escort the bride, He was the commandery prince of Huayang. After returning, he was demoted to the title of Duke Huan. This incited the indignation of the Wu clan. In truth, Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi had always been fiercely at odds with each other in the Wu clan. Moreover, before Wu Qingxi's illness, Wu Qingxi's faction had always suppressed Wu Sanxi's influence in the imperial court. The two sides had no friendship to speak of. But after Wu Qingxi's death, this kind of internal strife no longer existed. On the contrary, because of the second Zhang's rise and the oppression of the Wu clan was now unprecedentedly united. Now that Wu Yanxiu had received such unfair treatment as the representative of the Wu clan, Wu Sanxi naturally felt ashamed. As a result, in order to regain some face for the Wu clan, Wu Sanxi specially held a grand welcoming banquet to welcome his nephew who had been stranded in the Turkic Khaganate for 6 years. All the civil and military officials of the imperial court received invitations from the Liang household, including Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong. This was also a disguised demonstration of Wu Sanxi's might. In a Taoist temple, Yang Fan instructed Li Hongtai, who was dressed like a Taoist. Zhang Yizhi is much more astute than Zhang Changzong, and he understands the severity of the situation. I'm afraid that he will ruin our plans. We cannot allow him to participate in the banquet. We have to think of a way to send him away. Li Hongtai thought for a moment, then suggested, Zhang Yizhi is a very filial person. This subordinate can use Madame Ah Zong to restrain Zhang Yizhi. If he hears that Madame Ah Zong is in trouble, Zhang Yizhi will definitely not attend King Liang's banquet. Yang Fan nodded and said, that would be best. After you make a public appearance at the banquet, immediately find an excuse and disappear. Remember, do not let the second Zhang become suspicious. Li Hongtai smiled and replied with a bow, this subordinate understands. After this subordinate attends the banquet, I will say that I will go to Kunlun to look for my fellow Taoists. It will take me 3 to 5 years to return. Madame Lu has always treated this subordinate like a deity, so she will not suspect anything. Yang Fan nodded and smiled lightly. The welcoming banquet that the Wu clan was holding for Wu Yanxiu was held at the Liang household. King Liang's actions were like those of the head of the Wu clan who cared deeply for his nephew. For this reason, he won the gratitude and approval of many of Wu Qingxi's former subordinates. Other than entering the palace on the first day of the new year to see the Son of Heaven, there was probably no banquet as grand as the one being held at the Liang household. The Wu clan and the officials attached to the Wu clan naturally had to come. The Crown Prince, the Prince of Xiang, and Princess Taiping, the 3 factions of Li Tang's faction, had also arrived. There was no other reason than that their common enemy was the second Zhang. At this time, they naturally had to stand and cheer for the Wu clan. However, the Crown Prince, the Prince of Xiang, and Princess Taiping did not personally come. Given their status, they had only sent a generous gift and had the juniors of their clans attend the banquet in their stead. Not a single person from the second Zhang's faction came. This was a stance, but the second Zhang himself had to come. Their presence at the banquet did not mean that they were lowering their heads to the Wu clan. On the contrary, it was a demonstration of their might to the Wu clan. Yang Fan rode his horse to the gate of the Liang household. Pulling on the reins, he raised his head to look at the 3 impressive words Liang household on the lintel. This was his first time visiting this place. There was an endless stream of horses and carriages in front of the Liang Manor's gates. High officials and dignitaries flowed in and out without end. Yang Fan dismounted from his horse and walked towards the gates. 2 stewards of the Liang Manor stood at the entrance, continuously calling out the guests' names. Guests of different statuses were welcomed by their respective masters. Yang Fan walked up to the gate and ascended the step. One of the stewards of the Liang household was just about to ask for his name and official rank when his eyes suddenly brightened. He walked around him and hurried to welcome him, at the same time loudly calling out, "The Prince of Hanoi has arrived." Wu Yizong roared with laughter and proudly said, Go, go welcome your guest. This prince is one of our own, there is no need for Brother Wang to come out and welcome me. As Wu Yizong spoke, he walked over to the gate. The high officials and nobles who had just arrived all cupped their hands in greeting. Wu Yizong nodded in a reserved manner. Yang Fan turned around and looked at Wu Yizong with a smile. As soon as Wu Yizong saw Yang Fan, his expression immediately changed, and his smile disappeared. Yang Fan cupped his hands in greeting towards Wu Yizong. He was originally a head taller than Wu Yizong, and now that he was a rank higher, Wu Yizong could only raise his head to look at him. This made Wu Yizong even more displeased. With a cold snort, he swung his sleeves forcefully and walked past Yang Fan into the Liang household without looking sideways. Yang Fan was neither annoyed nor annoyed. He turned around and said to the butler, "Thousand Cavalry Loyal General Yang Fan is here to welcome you to the banquet." As he spoke, he handed the invitation to the butler. The butler had never seen Yang Fan before, but when he saw Wu Yizong's unfriendly expression towards Yang Fan, he couldn't help but feel curious about his identity. Yang Fan's self-introduction gave the butler a fright. He thought to himself, "So this is the person who slept with my Wu clan's daughter-in-law, beat up my Wu clan's king, and is still alive and kicking." The king of Hanoi, Wu Yuji, had slept with someone else, yet he had remained unperturbed. The king of Hanoi, Wu Yuji, had been so frightened by this person's assault on the camp that he had scurried up a tree. When he saw this person's face, he only snorted coldly. Now that this person had become a guest of King Liang, the butler naturally didn't dare show him any ill will. The butler examined the invitation and called out loudly, "Thousand Cavalry Loyal General Yang Fan has arrived." Wu Sanxi's eldest and second sons were already married and had their own manners. His third son, Chonglai, fourth son, and fifth son, Chongqiao, were still living in the Liang manor because they were still underage. As soon as he heard that the 1,000 Cavalry Loyal General had arrived, the youngest, Wu Chongqiao, tidied up his clothes and walked out to welcome him. When Yang Fan saw the young prince of the Liang manor come out to welcome him, he was just about to cup his hands in thanks when a strange cry of surprise came from behind him. Yang Fan turned his head in surprise and saw a gorgeous carriage parked in front of the Liang manor. Wu Chongxuan was standing in front of the carriage, his arm outstretched, helping a graceful beauty down. The beautiful woman Wu Chongxuan was supporting was naturally Li Guo. When this thought flashed through Yang Fan's mind, he turned around to enter the manor. He didn't like Li's personality, but he didn't want to argue with her even more. And this woman's annoying habit was precisely that she didn't care about the occasion. But when he saw Li Guo's attire, he couldn't help but be startled and also stopped. Li Guo leisurely got off the carriage, the dress she was wearing reflecting a rainbow glow under the sunlight with her graceful and moving gait. The glow was shimmering, sometimes purple, sometimes red, and sometimes different colors. This kind of feather dress was enough to attract everyone's attention, let alone when it was worn by such an outstanding beauty. When Yang Fan saw it, he was suspicious and asked, "Strange. Why is my family's feather dress on her?" When Yang Fan looked again, he found that there was something different. The monofilament bird cage dress in his manor was not only woven from the feathers of 100 birds, but it was also pieced together from all kinds of feathers to form a picture of 100 birds. The smallest picture of a bird was only the size of a fingernail, but it had all the features of a bird. That feather dress was rare. First, the material was rare. Without a year and a half of effort, it would be difficult to gather all the feathers of 100 birds. Second, the weaver was rare. To weave a picture of 100 birds from the feathers of 100 birds was even more difficult than embroidering a dragon robe, and it required a year or two of meticulous effort. But although the feather dress Li Guo wore was made from the same material as the one in the Yang manor, it didn't have such a complicated picture of 100 birds. At this time, Li Guo also saw Yang Fan. She raised her sharp chin and raised her slender eyebrows. Her delicate face immediately revealed a proud and enchanting smile. Chapter 1077. Yan Chongxuan is Wu Sanxi's eldest son. Logically speaking, he should have arrived earlier than the other guests, but because Enlu took a long time to dress up, he arrived late. Enlu lifted the hem of her dress and gracefully walked up the stone steps under everyone's gaze. She threw a provocative look at Yang Fan before she swayed her body and walked forward. Wu Chongxuan did not have any prejudice against Yang Fan. All along, his vigilance and hostility towards Yang Fan was due to the fact that his most beloved woman seemed to treat Yang Fan specially. But ever since Yang Fan humiliated Enlu in the East Market, Enlu would gnash her teeth and curse at the mention of Yang Fan. Because of this, Wu Chongxuan had a better impression of Yang Fan. He smiled and nodded at Yang Fan before catching up to his wife. Wu Chongchao saw them and quickly greeted, "Big brother, sister-in-law." Wu Chongxuan grunted, "You go and take care of the guests. This brother will accompany sister-in-law to see father." Wu Chongchao acknowledged and went to meet Yang Fan. If an official like Yang Fan was placed in a local area, he would be on equal footing with a prefecture's governor. But in the capital, where there were as many high-ranking officials as dogs, he was nothing. Now that the hall was filled with nobles, Yang Fan did not stand out at all. There were not many military officials invited today, and there were even fewer who knew and were friends with Yang Fan. Yang Fan was happy to be at ease and hid alone in a secluded corner. Sitting on a stone table with his legs crossed, he coldly looked at the high-ranking officials who were greeting each other. "Hey!" A young girl's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Yang Fan turned his head and saw Li Qiang, who was dressed in a light yellow dress, smiling as she flashed out from behind a pillar. She made a face at him and said, "General Yang, why are you so free?" Seeing this little old friend, Yang Fan could not help laughing and said, "You little debt collector, you also came to the banquet today." Li Qiang wrinkled her pretty nose at him. She couldn't help but laugh, revealing 2 shallow dimples on her cheek. Unconvinced, she said, "You're so annoying. Who wants to collect debts from you? If you have the ability, why didn't you agree to it back then? If you didn't agree, would I still bother you?" Yang Fan ridiculed, "That's right. I agreed to help a certain lady not because that lady hugged my thigh, knelt on the ground and cried, and even pulled a bunch of sisters to kneel with her, but because I was in a hurry to ask for help. It really has nothing to do with that lady." Li Qiang defended herself. "I didn't hug your thigh, I was tugging on your lapel." As soon as she said this, she realized that her previous words about not bothering him were a little unreasonable. She could not help but blushed and rolled her eyes at Yang Fan coquettishly. She hugged her light yellow dress and sat down next to him. She tilted her head and thought for a while before she said seriously, "All right, I am grateful. This matter. I really have to thank you." Yang Fan burst into laughter. His impression of this little girl improved a lot. He asked in a pleasant voice, "Where are those sisters of yours? Why aren't they with them?" Li Qiang pouted and said, "They are all surrounding older sister Guerre to look at her new dress. Look at her smug expression. She even said how much effort she spent, how much money she spent, and how many ways she came up with to buy this dress. She could not bear to even touch it even if she wanted to. I don't care about it anymore." Although Li Qiang said this, the expression in her eyes was still extremely envious. A woman's resistance towards beautiful clothes was really limited. Yang Fan looked at her expression and could not help but feel a little funny. He then recalled Li Guerre's manner of showing off in the rear residence. He unconsciously frowned. Although Li Qiang was young, she was very perceptive. She quickly caught the flash of disgust in Yang Fan's eyes. She could not help but ask, "General Yang, do you dislike older sister Guerre?" Yang Fan said lightly, "I don't dislike her. I just don't like her character." Li Qiang nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I don't like her either." Yang Fan turned his head and glanced at her. He asked with a smile, Did your third brother tell you this again? Li Qiang said indignantly. I'm not a child. Do I need someone else to tell me everything? I just don't think she's a good person. Yang Fan turned his head and casually swept his eyes over the increasing number of guests. He said unhurriedly, You'd better hide these kinds of words in your heart. Don't casually tell others. If it's only the conflict between you and your cousin sister, it's fine. I'm just afraid that it might be used by someone with ulterior motives and cause discord between the crown prince and your esteemed father. Yes. Li Qiang smiled sweetly. She nodded vigorously and said, I'm not stupid. Of course I won't blabber and tell whoever I catch. Don't worry. Do you think I'm someone who can't keep things in my heart? I'm only telling you because it's you. Yang Fan laughed and teased her. You can say it because it's me? If that's the case, then the two of us are bosom friends who don't hide anything from each other. Li Qiang was too young. She was only 2 years older than Yang Fan's daughter. Yang Fan only thought of her as a cute junior to tease. He didn't think about the matters between men and women at all. Similarly, the young Li Qiang had not yet awakened to love. She didn't have any romantic feelings for Yang Fan. She only liked to talk to Yang Fan and had a little admiration for Yang Fan. Li Qiang made a face at Yang Fan naughtily and said with a giggle, Of course, don't. I know your little secret. Yang Fan's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to ask her what secret she had when the head steward responsible for welcoming guests in the Liang mansion suddenly used a loud voice to announce, Duke Yi has graced us with his presence. There were 20 to 30 Wangye in the Wu mansion today, but in terms of reputation and status, they couldn't compare to this Duke Yi. The guests in the courtyard instantly quieted. A moment later, they saw Wu Sanxi, Wu Yizong, and the other senior members of the Wu family hurriedly come out of the hall to greet them. The guests naturally followed behind them to greet them. Seeing this, Li Qiang pouted and said angrily, Really a group of flatterers. Then she narrowed her eyes and looked at Yang Fan. Hey! Do you want to go flatter that Duke Yi? Yang Fan puffed out his chest and said proudly, A real man lives in this world. How can I bend my back for 5 buckets of rice? I'm not going. Li Qiang immediately smiled like a flower. She gave him a thumbs up and praised. Good one. A man that this lady has a whole new level of respect for should be different. Yang Fan rubbed his nose and said with embarrassment, However, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If the dam is taller than the shore, the waves will destroy it. It's fine if we don't greet them, but if we sit here like this, we will definitely attract attention. Do you think we should find a place to hide first? Li Qiang burst out laughing and said angrily, You, so hypocritical! As she spoke, she quickly jumped up as if she was playing a game. She said with great interest, Let's go! In today's welcoming banquet, the ones sitting at the very top were naturally the master of the mansion, Wu Sanxi, and the most honorable guest, Zhang Changzong. However, the one that attracted the most attention was Wu Yanxiu, who had just returned from the Tuju. Wu Yanxiu was chosen by Wu Zetian to be her relative out of all the Wu clan's sons and nephews. He naturally had his outstanding point. Among the Wu clan's sons, Wu Yanxiu was the most handsome. He was tall and had a graceful demeanor. 6 years of living in the grasslands had tempered his body and made him strong and healthy. In the hall, many of the officials and nobles asked Wu Yanxiu about his life in the grasslands. The noblewomen in particular were the most curious. Wu Yanxiu slowly told them about his experiences in the grasslands. These nobles who were not familiar with the two Jews' situation would occasionally exclaim in admiration. Although Wu Yanxiu was held as a hostage by Mozi, Mozi did not mistreat him. Moreover, there was no need to worry that he could escape on the grasslands. Therefore, he usually followed the Khan tribe to nominate and migrate. His life and activities were not too restricted. In these 6 years, Wu Yanxiu learned the Turkic language, learned many local folk songs, and learned a set of Turkic dances. including the popular Huchuan dance in the court and among the people of the Central Plains. This kind of experience was more like an adventure than a prisoner. Naturally, it satisfied the curiosity of the nobles and nobles. A gray-robed Taoist sat next to Zhang Changzong. The table in front of the Taoist was covered with vegetarian dishes. This Taoist quietly enjoyed his food. Whether it was Wu Yanxiu talking about his experiences in the grasslands or the interjections of others, he turned a deaf ear to them. He did not fit in with the noisy and lively atmosphere in the hall. This Taoist was brought here by Zhang Changzong. When he was introduced to Wu Sanxi, Zhang Changzong boasted about this Taoist's abilities. It was obvious that he thought highly of him. However, Wu Sanxi only laughed it off. He did not believe it at all and kept a respectful distance from him. Wu Qingxi had once set up a Taoist to bewitch Lu Sili and Lu Lianyao to rebel, thus enticing Wu Zetian to use Lai Junqian again, causing this ruthless official to go crazy for the cruel politics of the Wu Zhou dynasty. Although Wu Sanxi didn't know that this incident was Wu Qingxi's plan, ever since that incident, Wu Sanxi kept a respectful distance from these Jianghu warlocks. When the three charlatans, the old nun of Hanoi, Taoist Shifang, and the barbarian Moliai, fell from power, a large number of officials were implicated. Wu Sanxi was even more wary of them. Zhang Changzong was drinking when he heard Wu Yanxiu say that he was proficient in Huchuan dance. He suddenly interrupted him and said with a smile, "Duke Huan, have you learned Huchuan from the Turks? I have also practiced Huchuan, but unfortunately, I did not have a good teacher to guide me. Since Duke Huan learned Huchuan dance from the Turks, it must be authentic. Can you dance it in court and let me see it?" Wu Yanxiu was stunned and did not answer. In this era, it was common for high officials and nobles to dance and dance when they were in a good mood. When the fat old man Di Renjia was drunk, he would also hold his long beard and shake his buttocks in front of his colleagues and juniors. He did not mind his prime minister's status at all. In the past, the retired Emperor Li Yuan even played the pipa in the palace hall. Emperor Li Shimin also came down and sang and danced in front of the officials. This was the current trend. Therefore, when Zhang Changzong invited Wu Yanxiu to dance, it had nothing to do with their status. He did not treat her as a dancer or deliberately humiliate her. But how did Wu Yanxiu learn Huchuan dance? It was a skill that he learned during his 6 years as a prisoner when he was detained for 6 years and was close to the Turks. Now that Zhang Changzong asked him to entertain the public with Huchuan dance, he could not help but be suspected of exposing someone else's scars. When Wu Yanxiu was detained by the Turks, the second Zhang was not favored by Wu Zetian yet. Wu Yanxiu had just returned to the court, so he naturally did not know how important Zhang Changzong's status was. However, from the attitude of the guests towards Zhang Changzong, and from the fact that this handsome young man was the only one sitting next to King Liang, he knew that this person was of high status. Therefore, he could not reject him rashly. Just as he was hesitating, an extremely pleasant voice suddenly said, "Enlu also loves the Huchuan dance. Since cousin is good at dancing the Huchuan dance, why don't you dance for everyone in court? Enlu also wants to take the opportunity to observe and comprehend the most authentic Huchuan dance." Chapter 1078. Wu Yanxiu's eyes flashed and saw that it was Princess Enlu whom he had just met, and his eyes flashed. Just now when Wu Chongxuan brought his wife to pay his respects to this cousin who had just returned from the Turks, when Wu Yanxiu saw Enli's peerless countenance, he was shocked and his heart was shaken and he could not control himself. Luckily he remembered that Enlu was a princess and also his uncle Wu Sanxi's eldest daughter-in-law, so he did not dare to have any thoughts of being rude. But Wu Yanxiu did not dare to think, but Enlu dared to do it. When Enlu saw Wu Yanxiu's handsome face and strong physique, she could not help but feel amorous. Ever since the last time she slept with Du Wentian and was caught in bed by her husband, although Wu Chongxuan loved her so much that he did not dare to criticize her for such an intolerable matter and secretly endured it, he became more and more guarded against her coming into contact with outsiders. Enlil herself did not know what chastity was, and to achieve her goal, she could easily untie a man's skirt and did not even care if the old or the young were beautiful or ugly. To satisfy her desire to conquer, she was willing to offer her body to those men who were not willing to treat her nicely, but she was interested in them. Other than that, she liked to taste different men and enjoy the thrill of clandestine love affairs. For such a slut, even if Wu Chongxuan was an indomitable man with an indomitable spirit and was in perfect harmony with her, he could not stop her from flirting and indulging herself. Moreover, Wu Chongxuan had always been subservient in front of her, and this made Enlil sick of him. During this period of time, because of Wu Chongxuan's guard, Enlil did not steal for a long time and had endured for a long time. When she saw this cousin's handsome and strong physique, she could not help but feel a trace of lust. Therefore, when they were chatting, she would throw flirtatious glances at him behind her husband's back. When Wu Yanxiu saw this, he could not help but feel a little restless. He had already sensed that this sister-in-law's skirt was very loose, and she was not a good woman who was as clean as ice and as clean as jade. Facing such a beauty, he could not help but have some wild thoughts and hoped that there would be an opportunity to get intimate with her. Now that Enlil also said that he wanted to watch the dance, Wu Yanxiu's soul was about to vanish from her body. Immediately she wanted to agree. The reason why he didn't want to agree to Zhang Changzong's request just now was because he felt that he was exposing his own scars for other people's amusement. Now that there was a beauty he admired who was pretending to be a little girl and asking him to teach her how to dance, Wu Yanxiu could also use this as an excuse to avoid embarrassment, so he happily agreed. Wu Yanxiu nodded to Enlil with a smile, and said in a clear voice, "Princess flatters me. Since that is the case, Yanxiu will dance for you. If there is anything inappropriate, please forgive me." There were a lot of guests today. Other than Wu Sanxi and Zhang Changzong, everyone else was seated separately without any order. In order to make it easier for them to greet the guests, the Wu princes were all seated in the middle of the tables, so that they could greet the guests closer. Naturally, the guests would not have to be arranged according to seniority. Wu Sanxi was holding a banquet today, and he had already greeted Yang Fan. Since King Liang had done so, he had no choice but to come. However, he didn't want to appear too close to the Wu clan. Because of this convenience, he deliberately chose a seat near the back. Behind him was a massive pillar, so he leaned against it and drank in a leisurely manner. He could also see the entire hall from top to bottom, which made him quite relaxed and carefree. "Hey, do you know how to dance the Hu Xian?" A familiar child's voice suddenly rang out in his ears. Yang Fan didn't even turn around. He could tell from the voice that it was Li Shenyang from the Prince of Xiang's estate. Yang Fan listened to the stirring beating of the jie drum and looked at the singing and dancing Wu Yanxiu. He replied, "I don't know how." Li Qiang was delighted. "Ah, so there are things you don't know. Even I know how to dance the Hu Xian." Yang Fan turned his head to look at her. To his surprise, he discovered that Li Qiang had already changed into a man's clothes. She was squatting at his side like a delicate and pretty attendant. Yang Fan was surprised. "Why aren't you sitting with your sisters in the rear residence? Why are you dressed like this? Why do you care? Even my father hasn't scolded me." Li Qiang wrinkled her nose at him. Then she pouted and said, "Look, isn't Enlil also sitting in the front hall? This little girl is quite stubborn." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Enlil is already married. You're a young lady waiting to be married." Li Qiang giggled and said, "Wrong, wrong. I'm a little girl who hasn't grown up yet. I don't care so much." At this moment, thunderous cheers suddenly came from the hall. It was Wu Yanxiu who had finished her dance. With an extremely difficult spinning movement, she stood steadily on one leg. Princess Enlil took the lead in applauding and cheering. Beside her, Wu Chongxuan's face darkened, but he did not dare to say anything. Zhang Changzong's face was full of disdain. He clapped with a faint smile and said to Taoist Li lazily, "What do you think of Duke Huan's Huxian dance?" Taoist Li didn't even raise his head and said slowly, "I only know how to read physiognomy. I don't know how to dance." Wu Yanxiu saw Princess and Lu applauding enthusiastically and couldn't help but smile at her. Suddenly hearing the Taoist's words, she felt that she had lost face in front of a beauty. She was extremely unhappy and said, "I didn't expect Taoist Li to have such skills. What do you think of my physiognomy?" Taoist Li finally raised his eyes and looked her up and down. He said slowly, "Both ears have no wheels, eyebrows are low, and eyes are low. Just as one tribulation is over, another tribulation is coming." Wu Yanxiu was startled and anger appeared on her face. She forced herself to restrain and said, "This Taoist, please speak clearly. Just as one tribulation is over, another tribulation is coming." Li Hongtai was obviously here on Yang Fan's orders to set up a trap for Zhang Changzong. He didn't mind helping Zhang Changzong offend a few more people. On the contrary, he was going to leave after today's banquet. No matter how many bad debts he had, he would eventually be blamed on Zhang Changzong. Li Hongtai laughed and said loudly, "Benefactor, you've already met the previous tribulation. It's the body-bind realm. The next tribulation will naturally be the life-bind realm." Wu Yanxiu was furious. She took 2 steps forward and shouted, "You ox nose! Speak clearly! What tribulation is this duke facing, and when will he die?" Li Hongtai smiled faintly and said, "The mysteries of heaven cannot be revealed." Wu Yanxiu was furious and was about to pounce on Zhang Changzong. However, Zhang Changzong straightened his body and narrowed his eyes threateningly. Seeing this, Princess Enlu suddenly giggled and clapped her hands lightly. She said in a sweet voice, "Taoist is really good-looking and his physiognomy is really vivid. Everyone who lives for 100 years will eventually die. Cousin, even if you live for another 70 or 80 years, you will still die in the end. When that time comes, will you praise me for being accurate?" Once Enlu said this, there was a burst of laughter in the hall. Enlu smiled sweetly at Li Hongtai and said in a sweet voice, "May I ask Taoist, what do you think of my physiognomy?" This Enlu was teasing him sincerely. Not only was her voice sweet, it was also full of charm. In many men's hearts, her voice was like a feather tickling their hearts. It was extremely itchy. Looking at her charming look, it was even more dazzling. Wu Chongxuan saw that she was flirting again and was so angry that his face turned black. Wu Sanxi saw that his daughter-in-law was revealing her flirtatious side and his face also darkened. Li Hongtai's eyes met with Princess Enli's and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly lowered his gaze and thought to himself, "This woman is really powerful. Could she be the reincarnation of a 9-tailed fox spirit? Why is she so charming?" Li Hongtai's eyelids were lowered and his face remained emotionless. In the eyes of others, they felt that this Taoist really had some cultivation. At least his Tao heart was firm enough. Li Hongtai lowered his eyes and said, "This female benefactor's eyes are like limpid autumn waters, the color of peach blossoms, the waist of a snake and the eyes of a bee." Enlu did not understand. She only understood the meaning of these words. It seemed that he was praising her unparalleled beauty. She could not help but ask happily, "What does that mean?" The corner of Li Hongtai's mouth twitched slightly, but he still replied indifferently, "The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed." Suddenly, a low goo-goo-goo laughter came from beside Yang Fan's ears. Yang Fan turned his head and saw Li Qiang covering her mouth and laughing so hard that her body was trembling like a happy little hen. He could not help but asked in surprise, "What are you laughing at?" Li Qiang's shoulders shook and she laughed secretly for a while. Then she leaned over to Yang Fan's ear and whispered, "That Taoist is not a good person. He is secretly saying that Enlu does not follow the ways of a woman and is dissolute and evil. He is bullying me because I do not understand." Yang Fan did not know anything about physiognomy. When he heard Li Qiang say this, He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "How do you understand?" Li Qiang puffed out her small chest and said proudly, "I have followed the Tao since I was young and have seriously read some Taoist classics." Wu Sanxi heard this Taoist praise his daughter-in-law's unparalleled beauty in public and felt it was even more improper. He coughed and shifted everyone's gaze, saying, "This Taoist must have some cultivation to be so highly regarded by Duke Yi. I wonder, what does Taoist think of our Duke Ye's physiognomy?" Li Hongtai bowed and said, "Duke Yi has the physiognomy of the Son of Heaven and is indescribably noble." These words immediately made everyone gape. This Taoist was Zhang Changzong's customer, and did not need to ask to know that he would praise his master's physiognomy. However, Zhang Changzong had become a duke at a young age. Everyone knew that he was rich and indescribably noble. Why would he need his physiognomy? It would not be easy for him to say something new. Who knew that he would not stop until his words shocked everyone to death? Zhang Changzong had the physiognomy of an emperor? Just thinking about it made people shudder. Wu Sanxi was first shocked and then overjoyed. He had once worked together with Wu Qingxi to deal with the officials loyal to Li Tang who had obstructed his aunt's ascension to the throne. He had also fought with Wu Qingxi for most of his life for the position of crown prince. How could he not have this bit of scheming? Wu Sanxi immediately laughed as though this was an insignificant joke at the banquet. He teased Zhang Changzong, "Duke Yi, this customer of yours has spared no effort to gain your favor, ha ha." Many of the officials attending the banquet quickly reacted and put away their shock. They laughed and laughed as though they did not take these words to heart. If everyone had been shocked for a while longer, maybe Zhang Changzong would have raised his guard. But when everyone laughed and laughed, he felt that it did not matter. Zhang Changzong continued Li Hongtai's words and laughed, saying, "Taoist, you are exaggerating. If this duke is the Son of Heaven, then Taoist, aren't you my imperial preceptor?" Haha. Li Hongtai smiled faintly and didn't speak. Behind the crowd, Yang Fan also smiled faintly. He raised his cup, looked into the air, and drank.